So let's get this.
Like everybody else.
Oh, yeah. Nonconformity. I respect it. All right, so we'll get the stream started. How is everybody doing this week?
Sleepy.
Went to
Fine.
MST3K Live last night. Got to meet Joel and Jonah.
Bitchin'.
Nice. That's pretty sweet, man. Yeah. Was anybody else there? Like Felicia? I know Felicia Day was on.
No, Felicia and Pat weren't there. And then Crow and Servo were tour voices, not the actual voices of the show.
Oh well, yeah.
The guys who did it did a really good job, and it was really fun.
Good.
And considering it's from Minnesota, it was a good turnout.
Yeah, that's pretty weird. There's like a lot of stuff from out that way. Probably because there's nothing to do, so people end up having to get pretty creative.
Yeah, Minnesota's actually really creative. It's got like a big. Every fucking weekend, there's an arts festival in the summertime.
Must be terrible for you.
Sounds so awful.
I know, right?
All
John-
those RC types.
Just
John,
flaunting their creative
John,
talent.
what the fuck are you unwrapping?
Oh,
Condom.
sorry.
Repositories.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Sounds like John's wrapping Christmas presents, but that's okay. All right. So, any pre-game business that we need to deal with? Questions, comments, concerns, Mel?
Kind of. So just a heads up, and I'll send you an actual private message in this. Next weekend, Jason and I should be here, but we may be up to half an hour or 45 minutes late. My nephew is leaving for the Marines, and it's his going away party.
Okay.
And then on the, what's the date? 26th, we will not be here at all.
26th of this month.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's good. Okay. That's yeah.
Yeah, we're going to the Big Ren Fair, so it's a kind of all-day thing.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I've been already itching to play some more Blades, so maybe we can bust that out or something else.
I certainly.
If you're itchy, you really should see a physician.
Boo. Boo.
Bees.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that. Yeah, post something in the game forums or whatever, just as a reminder, because I'll forget.
Yep.
Cool. All right. So with all that business tended to, I think that's about it. Unless anyone else has anything, missing absences or what have you. Let's get started. So last week, as I recall, you guys did a crap ton of shopping. Sold off a vast majority of your treasures. Made a non-insignificant amount of coin in the process. Yeah, you said your goodbyes to family and friends, and you
Headed north.
pieced south.
Said hello to some new ones.
Yeah, you
I know.
made your way to Daggerford, whereupon you very quickly found Elizabeth's mother at work. She took you to the local inn to I had it pulled up. There it goes. I want to say Three Rivers, but of course, that's not it.
Yeah, I'm going crap. Where are my notes?
River Shining.
River
Tavern.
Shining.
Yeah. So yeah, you were in the River Shining Tavern, and you reacquainted a bit with your brother Kayvon, and you're just sitting there enjoying your meal. When one of you, specifically Alton, began to kind of look around, and Alton alone noticed that it looked like people were paying a little bit of attention to you, like maybe more than seems reasonable. I do want to point out, if I wasn't clear last week, Alton, this is a practiced look. This is not simply like you looked up and a bunch of people were staring at you. What you noticed of the other people in the tavern kind of observing you, it seems practiced, like something they're accustomed to doing, let's say. Yeah, and you guys were Elizabeth specifically was reacquainting with her mother, and yeah,
Getting pinched.
Getting pinched a lot. Anything I forgot that anyone wants to add?
Less add, more clarify. Are we talking practiced as in
they feel like they do this to everybody who wanders in who doesn't live here, or practiced like these are professionals sizing us up like was in the tavern when the Zents were running it?
The latter.
All right, that's kind of what I thought you'd say.
Yeah.
Lovely. Your brother's working for the Zents.
And not the one I thought.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
No. I'm going, having this particular bit of information, I am going to do my best to just remain completely casual, which isn't that hard, and just telepathically, one after another, members of the party. So, everybody's looking at us the same way Aldo and crew did when we first walked into the tavern. This bothers me.
I imagine Beth is kind of nervous chattering with Mom and Sven, and, you know, just like, oh, and we went here, and we did this, and we did this thing, and wait, what? And I'm just gonna, like, look at Alton.
Right, almost as if in the moment forgetting that he's doing it telepathically, so no one else heard
Yes.
anything. Exactly. Okay. Yeah, I think your mother kind of looks at you suddenly like a jar, like what, you know.
Sorry, he speaks into our minds occasionally. What?
Don't.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think your mother kind of cocks an eyebrow at that, as basically you can read her saying like, "These are the friends you chose," you know, people who speak to you but she doesn't say it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to sigh at Beth and shake my head, but not repeat myself.
I mean, even I know not to. Beth, come on.
Sorry, I was, what, can we go see Dad? Maybe now?
And yeah, she just looks surprised. I guess so, honey. Is everything okay?
Beth's gonna look at her, shake her head no, but say yes. And I'm not sure if I can actually do it, which is why I described it.
Yeah, why don't
Also,
you...
you have no visual.
Yeah, why don't you make a roll for that? That sounds like a thing you would need to roll for. So, I'm thinking...
Deception?
I'm thinking, well, I was thinking sleight of hand, maybe.
Oh, so like one of those more subtle nods.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm glad I have Dex. Whew.
Okay, yeah. So as best you can tell, no one seems to take notice of your subtle little shake of the head. Yeah, so
Okay.
you say that to your mother, and she still seems a bit, not confused necessarily, but like reluctant. She's not sure what
Sorry.
just, something just changed in the air, and she's not sure what it is. But she will, of course, follow your lead if you want to go see your father.
Yeah, so Beth will get up and actually move over to Kayvon and kind of just tap him on the shoulder.
And I think, as I described last week, just to clarify, he went back to the table with that halfling man, and they seem to be like poring over books again.
Yeah.
And he kind of...
So Beth's...
Go ahead.
Beth's gonna look to the halfling because though she's gonna have a hand on her brother's shoulder. I'm sorry. Can we? I mean, I'd like to do like a family get together. Do you mind if he comes back to this later, please?
And the halfling man looks up at you, gives you a very gentle, genuine smile. Oh, well, I don't see why not. And Kayvon actually looks flustered more than the halfling does. I think Kayvon looks up at you, Elizabeth, and says, "This can wait until later, sister, can it not? I have much work to do."
No, it really can't.
But we're in the middle of... And like the halfling kind of reaches over and pats him on the arm, and he says to Kayvon, "It's all right, son. It's all right. Family is important. You've not seen your sister in some time, as I understand it."
And Beth just kind of nods.
And like Kayvon still seems reluctant, but he's like getting the go ahead from the quote unquote boss. He's like, "All right." And like he's almost flippantly stands up, And the halfling says, "Well, there's always more work to be done." And Kayvon kind of gives him like a reluctant like nod, like yeah, he understands, but he's still not pleased. And he just looks at you. He says, "Well," and like expects you to leave.
Yeah, and I'm gonna just essentially hook my arm in his and leave out of the tavern. And I would assume my mother takes a horse into work every day, or would she walk?
I mean,
Narratively.
I don't know if we ever established how far
Yeah.
outside of Daggerford you live. Um, if you want to live far enough out of Daggerford that you think a horse is necessary, that's fine.
Well,
I mean, honestly,
on foot in like 45 minutes, an hour, you can travel
yeah.
in decent health. You can travel a decent distance. So
Like
I
kind of picture your mother as being kind of a sturdy woman.
Yes.
Like walking seems like a thing she would do.
Absolutely. I just wanted to confirm that with you.
Yeah.
So yeah, Beth would leave out the north, south, east gate, to head towards home.
Sure. Okay. And your mother's kind of clinging to you. She's being quite literally clingy. I think on the way home she starts to like ask about your friends, and she's trying to be subtle about it in the way that only a woman who was raised as like a rural farm girl can be subtle. So that is to say, not subtle at all.
Same place Beth learned it.
Right. So she's very much like, pointing to, Valem and saying like, "Oh honey, tell me about him. He's kind of a strong type. He looks like a fighter." And pointing at Reginald like that armor, and I mean that hair. He looks so well noble. And like looking at Selenda, and there's a like a burp of like potential racism looking at Selenda. She's not, because outside of Daggerford, this is not cosmopolitan.
Yeah.
So looking at someone like Selenda, and maybe even Bellion, is like color of the skin. I mean, Selenda's got horns, so she's trying to be subtle, but again, very much not succeeding in that regard.
Yeah, and Beth would, again, so she's got like Kayvon with one arm, and like she's in between Mom on the other arm, and kind of leading, because she understands that the party should understand, and she would wait until they're out the east gate and just kind of, oh yeah, no, there's he's a cleric of Lathander, and he is a noble from Baldur's Gate, and trust me, she's not as bad as she looks. And then try to give like that sly, playful smile to Selenda, but it's clear on her face she's so nervous all of a sudden. But once they're outside the gates a decent distance and actually on the road, she'd pause in that banter and try to figure out how to explain it to her family. Like, she'd kind of fall quiet.
Okay. Yeah, your mother kind of, listens to you, and she sort of sees like what you're trying to do, and just kind of listens along and prods you when necessary. Kayvon still seems very much disturbed by this. Like, he's not, if he's visually disturbed, like visibly disturbed, he's not saying anything. But it's pretty clear to you that like he doesn't understand why you just pulled him out of work to go home. Like, this all seems wildly unnecessary. But he's not really saying anything. But it's written clearly all over his face.
Yeah, and she's gonna kind of pause and turn to them, so she's facing essentially the entire group. And she'd glance first at like Selenda and Valem, who have already gone through this, kind of for support before taking a deep breath. And so I've made a lot of friends on the road, but I've made some pretty dangerous enemies too. Kayvon, do you know who, or have you heard of the Zentarum in your education?
And he looks at you, mildly maybe confused. He says, "Well, yes, I've heard the name, of course. Why?"
And she just kind of gives that slow, "Do you see where I'm going with this?" kind of nod.
To Kayvon?
Yeah.
He has no idea what you're indicating to him.
Yeah, of course. So those enemies I've managed to make are the Zentarum. And I think they're here.
And
like
he looks
there,
at you and
back in the tavern.
he says, "Well, yes, of course. What did you do to upset them?"
Nothing intentional, but they've taken it personally. Let's get home so I don't have to say this all again. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to repeat it to Dad.
The
Yeah.
one that stopped talk.
What?
It just reminds you that you were the one that stopped to talk.
Oh yeah. And this is her mind at the moment. Right. But I just kind of. So for now, questions and stuff. Yeah, I'll make it up to you, Kayvon. I promise. I've got friends in Baldur's Gate, with the magistrate even, and I'm sure he can help you if this somehow manages to mess everything up. But I'd rather you be safe.
You'd love my father's library.
And he looks at you. He says, "Why would I need to leave? Why, mother? What is she talking? Has she been drinking?" And your mother has been like very quiet this whole time, and she's looking at you, confused. Elizabeth, honey, I'm sure you're tired. You've been out on the road all day, and why don't we go and get you some rest, get you into some shade?
I
And
don't
it's,
need shade.
oh, honey, it's kind of a warm day out, and well, it's okay. I think you just need a little bit of rest. And like it's obvious to you looking at her that Kayvon especially is like disturbed. But now your mother's a little confused because you're saying some things that they would not have expected to hear. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. We'll go home. I'll sit down. I'll have a glass of water, and then we'll talk everything out.
Yeah, and your mother kind of nods and gives you a smile. Yeah, that good clean glass of water do you right. You know, makes everybody right. And she kind of like looks at the rest of you and kind of smiles in that way, like that very, farmer's daughter kind of like, clean glass of water and a little bit of shade makes everybody right kind of way.
What about tea?
And like, yeah, she just kind of grins. She's like, well, I've got some tea. I'm kind of old. We're not much for drinking it out here. I got some whiskey though.
What?
And she kind of just looks at you, Elizabeth, like, what do I say to your friend?
Whiskey will be fine. Don't mind her. You'll get used to it. Trust me. Like I said, not as bad as she looks. Right, Celinda?
Linda just gives you this scathing look, like
She's just giving you this like forced smile, like please, 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 please.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys are walking along having this conversation, and pretty soon you come in within sight of the house. Elizabeth, why don't you describe what the house looks like to everybody? Like, what does this piece of land look like?
It's a somewhat, the land itself is kind of widespread. It's one of those. It's a farming community, the way I picture it. So there's this essentially 2-floor ish house. The second floor is really just an attic. But the first floor, there's a small porch. There's even the rocking chair. The backyard yard. I'm doing air quotes. There's no visual. Sorry. There's a huge fenced-in area where her father keeps the horses as well as the barn. Her family essentially does the horse raising and rearing, I imagine, for the farming community, and then her father takes the horses out every day to work the fields with the men that they all again work kind of communally. There's probably within eyesight 3 or 4 other similar looking farmhouses. And you can see the crops far off on one side, and there's a lot of land behind and between the houses off the road.
Okay. So your family basically are they own the horses that everybody basically uses. That's kind of what your father does. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, that's the way I imagine it. Again, they all help work the fields when the season comes, but their primary thing is the horse rearing, to make sure they've got the healthy, strong horses needed to pull the plows and stuff.
Okay. Good. Cool. All right. So yeah, as you guys are walking in the direction of this house, you're seeing a few people maybe off in the distance. They look like shadows from what you can tell. Looking like they're working the fields or carrying tools, what have you, typical farm work. And as you're arriving, um, I think you can probably hear. Well, what time of day do we think it is? Probably like lunchtime. Um, so like maybe a lot of the farmers are starting to, take breaks for lunch. Get some water, get something to eat to fuel them for the rest of the day. And I think as you guys are walking up to the house, you see in the distance, Elizabeth. I think you can see your father. You probably can't make out the details of him. Still a little far, but you know what your father looks like, so everyone else doesn't know. But this is your father, and
We actually did a bunch of pictures last week trying to figure it out, and so
right. So you see him, and he's walking back, and he seems to be kind of pulling a horse along. He's not riding it. He's walking beside it, walking pretty slow. Calm. Just sort of gives you a wave, but doesn't seem to speed up at all.
does he seem to recognize that it's not just my mother, but also me and a group of others?
I mean, it's kind of hard to tell.
Or is it just like this casual, like, folk on the road kind of wave?
No, I think he can. I mean, it's hard to tell from where you are if he recognizes you. He might be able to recognize you, but yeah, he doesn't seem to be speeding up. The wave could be kind of interpreted as like oh look, it's people I know, but also maybe there's you recognize a reluctance because there's a bunch of people he doesn't know.
Gotcha. Now that they're close to home, Beth's relaxed a bit. She's gonna kind of run ahead and go, "Hi, Daddy. I'm home for a little bit." But she has that same kind of, like, she senses the reluctance, and it comes through in her voice that, "Oh, great, I'm bringing you more bad news."
Yeah, and he kind of yells at you from the distance. He says, "Well, I see you, honey. I see you. Just sorry, Winnie here hurt her leg. I don't want to rush her. You know how it is. Come give me a hand. Let's go." And he's kind of beckoning you over.
And she'd pause to look back at her mother just to see if she's comfortable enough staying with her companions in Kavon while she runs ahead to her father.
Yeah, I mean, your mother's a very welcoming individual. I don't think that she's not going to argue this, especially not in front of your friends.
Yeah, so she'd run ahead to help her father and, approach the horse as she's always has, put her hand out, give it a second to remember who she is.
Yeah, and he's pulling this horse, and I think you recognize that this is probably, I'm just going to say Winnie, because why not? But, Winnie's an older horse, and she seems to be favoring or, kind of pulling off one of her hind legs. Like she doesn't want to put too much weight on it. And your father kind of wraps one of his big meaty arms around you, and he pulls you in close. And I think like you feel like he starts to take his fist and kind of basically give you a noggin,
Yeah.
And he looks at you. He says, "Well, yeah, if you ain't grown, huh?" He said, "Who them friends of yours?"
They're people I've met on the road. We've kind of been going around together a lot. And
yeah, when you say that, he raises.
Come in real handy.
He kind of raises an eyebrow. He says, "You bring a man home for me to meet."
I brought men home, but not like that.
Yeah, and you say men, and his face kind of twists up, like.
And she's got that look of, I know what I'm saying.
Yeah, and he's reading it exactly how you think he's reading it. It's like, well, I mean, maybe you've been spending a bit too much time in that city. But been around those city folk. They're all twisted up. We got to get you right. He said, why, give me a hand with Winnie here. And he's like, he kind of hands you the reins.
Yeah, and she just, tries to calm her and, "Hey, girl, remember me? Yeah, is he pushing you too hard? Is it, like she's talking like anybody talks to their pet.
Right.
Just this kind of, like they're going to answer.
And I think, Winnie's kind of walking along, and you guys are walking back to your friends. And I think that, like, as you get close to the group, I think that Winnie starts rearing a little bit. Like, she starts to fight, like she doesn't want to get closer to your friends.
Okay.
And your father kind of instinctively, very, very quickly, and I think all of you are within a few feet now, can see this very clearly. He he reaches out with almost like a supernatural speed to grab onto Winnie. Like this is something he's accustomed to doing. And this big strong arm just grabs onto the reins, and he immediately like moves himself very close into the horse and begins trying to like pet the mane. Winnie doesn't seem to be very calmed by this.
Should I give a shot with animal handling?
Sure, you can totally do that. Yeah, I think 14 is good enough. That Winnie seems to calm down a little bit, and mostly Elizabeth, maybe more than most, that it's dangerous, obviously, in her condition for her to start rearing and fighting because she's already maybe injured, and that's only going to serve to make matters worse. So you begin to calm her, and she does, she begins to stop stomping her feet, like stomping her hooves, and she kind of nuzzles into you for a second, but you almost get the sensation like she's trying to hide behind you. Like she's not.
Yeah.
She stops fighting, but she's also not moving.
Can I get any sense to what she's afraid of as the
something with your friends that's upsetting the horse?
I think I know it's the player, which is why I was wondering if.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what kind of role, if there was one, that you would reasonably, because you can't tell. Your friends are kind of grouped up, so I don't think there's a way that you could see. Like, it just seems like Winnie's kind of spooked.
Okay, so I think Beth would jump to a similar conclusion as I would here, and she'd just look at Alton and say, "Hey, think Slater could take a hike?"
And yeah, Alton, I think Slater kind of, because I think Slater's still invisible, right? I think we've determined that.
Yeah, he's hanging out invisibly until told otherwise.
And then Beth, because not knowing where to look, still looking kind of around Alton, go, "No offense, buddy, but you're scaring the horse."
And I think your mother is like very clearly upset with you at this statement. Like, you're telling one of your friends that she doesn't know who Slater is, but maybe that's a nickname for Alton. Like, she doesn't know how to read the situation, but she looks like you're telling one of your friends to bug off. And I think Alton, Slater says inside your mind, like, "Whoa, dude, like, I mean, it's cool, I get it, like, new friends and, horses, I mean, they are delicious, but I don't eat horses. No meat of any kind. I mean, I've had horse meat. It's cool, man. This is nature. I'm going to go take a hike if that's cool."
I will reply telepathically, absolutely go take a hike. Keep an eye out because we've had bad dealings like that started out like this before. So if you see anything that seems off, come find me. Horse be darned.
Yeah. Got it, dude. Awesome. And I think he reaches out a hand to brofist you, but realizes you can't see him. And he just kind of shrugs and just flies off.
Does she seem to calm down as he gets farther away?
She really doesn't.
Alton will give a nod, then a shrug.
Oh, that wasn't it.
And your mom just kind of looks at all of you. She says, "Well, that was odd." Kayvon is looking significantly impatient.
Yeah.
And he kind of
Kayvon, come help. Dad's been in the field all day. Give me a hand. Let him go sit down. Let's get her in the barn.
And
check her shoes.
Kayvon says, and looks at your mother. There's obviously a silent, conversation happening between the two of them. Your father says, "It's all right, honey. I know how to put the horses away. If I couldn't do this anymore, I wouldn't still be working." He said, "I'll take care of it." Kind of grabs onto Winnie and begins to pull her away to take her to the barn.
And Beth is now looking at her mother, concerned, "You mean hasn't been helped? Inside, we can talk when we said, maybe I do need to get out of the sun."
Your mother nods. She said, Yeah, I think that would be a good idea." And Kayvon just kind of shrugs and I think he walks into the house first, and he does sort of as you guys are maybe walking into the house, you can see that the Kayvon is sort of setting out glasses, and he's got some pictures, and your mother kind of gives him a nod, and he just looks at her gives her a nod, looks.
And the way I see it, Sean, correct me if you see it otherwise, walking into the farmhouse, you kind of, a little to the left, there's this small kitchenette area where the cooking's done, whatever. Immediately to the right, there's a living room with maybe a couch and two recliners. They're old, they're weathered, they're beaten. and then directly in front there's like a dining table with probably 6 chairs in case they ever had company, things like that. But it's kind of like one big L-shaped kind of room, and then in the one corner, just the stairs up to the like loft or the bedroom area.
Okay, sure, that makes sense to me. And I definitely think that this is the kind of place where if there's more than 6 people, if some of the neighbors come over, or somebody visiting, family, what have you, they would pull out stools. They would pull out like stools from the stables, or they would have extra, chairs
Or
that are.
they just go outside.
Well, either that or they're completely mismatched, right? Like the chairs,
Yeah.
there's no
Oh, yeah.
uniformity at all.
Pieces have been repaired. There's some that look like they need to be sanded or stained, or because they were replaced. Or
Right, exactly. Long term projects that your father keeps telling your mother he'll get around to.
yeah, it's not squalor, but it's not like
it's-
fancy brand new.
Right,
It's
right.
quaint.
It's quaint. It is farmhouse cozy, is what it is.
Yeah,
It's
Sure.
cute.
just like me.
Okay, you're farmhouse cozy. Okay. Um. So yeah,
Is this what I say? Ash would certainly think so.
So yeah, Kayvon kind of sets out some glasses and begins pouring water, and um, your mother goes over to the couch, and she kind of gestures to all of you. She says, if any of you want to take a seat, please. I mean, I know they're not pretty, but they're comfortable. Yeah, they'll do you
Billy,
right.
there's a closet back there with some stools if you want to grab some, or some fold-out chairs. Make yourselves at home.
Fold out chairs.
Mm-hmm.
Chairs fold out?
And Beth just kind of blinks at Celinda.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a certain kind of humor here because I mean, fold-out chairs like. The royalty or nobility would never have full. I mean, that's the definition of poor. If you don't have space for all your chairs, like chairs should not fold up. I mean, that's a legitimate thing.
Yeah.
How do you keep from them unfolding when you're sitting in them?
I don't make them. I don't know. I'm sure there's. The only time I've ever seen anybody fall out of them, they'd had one too many shots of Mom's moonshine.
Your mom makes moonshine?
And your mother, like you feel it. And again, this is almost a supernatural speed, much like your father. But instead of grabbing a horse, she pinches you so hard, so quickly that I think you have to like fight to not yelp in front of all your friends.
Oh no, I totally just let it out, just because I wouldn't be expecting such viciousness. Because again, she's gotten used to the candid feeling of the party with people like Balaam and Reginald, who are older, and she assumes they still know that she respects them when she makes these comments, but it's not Mom.
Right. And your mother, I mean, moonshine is not something you offer to strangers. It's definitely not something you offer to like noble city folk. I mean, that's absolutely
I
not.
want to try some.
Yeah, no, and when she pinches me, I let out that yelp and go, Mom, they're as good as family, believe me. I wouldn't be here alive if it wasn't for them.
Because we're amazing.
Your mother just kind of like gives you a side eye and, all right, well, I understand that, but cutting into Mom's moonshine business now. And she kind of like gives you a sly grin. Obviously, she's joking. She's not one of the Dukes of Hazzard.
Well, actually, Lord Ramsbottom here, special, and I'm still like rubbing at where she pinched me.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, is a seller of fine. What is it? Whiskey?
Wines and brandies.
That. See, I still don't drink much.
Yes, you make your own
That
alcohol. That is quite
Yeah,
talented.
and she smiles at you, Reginald. She says, "Well, I don't make anything fine like wine. Believe me, there's nothing fine about it." She said, "It burns going down and coming back up. I promise you." She kind of like laughs. She's doing that thing where, and I think Reginald and Elizabeth, you pick up on this very quickly, that she's doing that thing where she's trying to not demonstrate her rural farm girl kind of ways. But it's, she sees you, Reginald, as someone from the city. You own your own winery. Like, she's trying to do that thing. So it's very awkward. But she's trying. She's, putting her best foot forward in this case.
Yes, well, every drink has its place.
She smiles. She said, "Yeah." She said, "My drink's best used in, helping to shoe horses. But I take your point."
How do you drink to shoe a horse?
Oh no, we don't drink it, honey. You give it to the horse. You know what? She said
You
it's
get your horses
well. I
drunk?
mean,
Oh,
it
it's
helps.
Celinda.
It helps settle him. You know what? It's fine. Kayvon's laid out some water, and I think we turn and you see that Kayvon is now sitting at one of the couches by himself. He's sitting very much like on the. I think Kayvon, what he's doing is he's sitting on the very end of the couch, not like on the arm of it, but it looks like we could almost
As
imagine that as small children, your two brothers would sit on the couch, but Kayvon was the littlest one, so he's the one who gets relegated and gets pushed off into the side of the couch. And he's still sitting in that same fashion where he's almost scrunched up against the side because he assumes that other people will fill up the rest of the couch and he will have to move out of the way. And he appears to have pulled out some sort of small journal and is kind of writing something inside of it.
Someone sits down beside him and tries to read over his shoulder.
He immediately slams the book shut. Like there's no chance he's gonna let you.
What are you doing?
I was just reading and
You
taking
didn't look
notes.
like you were reading.
I'd like to take notes and I like to chronicle. Is that a crime in my own house?
No, I'm just curious.
And you can see he's like looking you up and down, and you do notice like his eyes are definitely lingering on your horns.
why is
What are you
he getting
reading?
pinched? He's being rude. I say to my mother.
And your mother just gives you that look like shrug. That's Kayvon. Like you know that her every every movement is just by her is just like, what are you gonna do? That's Kayvon. Like this is to be expected.
Yeah. So once everybody's kind of in and settled, and some of the more awkward stuff is out of the way. So
I think as you're sitting there, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt blatantly.
that's okay.
Your father kind of comes in, and probably through a side door that's more easily accessed from like the barn side of the farm. And we hear the door shut, and your father kind of yells, and he's like, "Well, is everybody suited? Everybody comfortable?" And he kind of walks into the room, and we see that like he's like rubbing his arm, and it's pretty clear that like there's like a bruise blossoming like on his forearm as he walks in, and he's just kind of rubbing his arm. He says,
Daddy, did she kick you?
"Oh, honey, it's all right." He said, "Allie, honey, can you get me something, just some of that salve?" She's like, she like looks at him in that very wife way that says like, "What did you do?" It's like, "It's all right. She's hurt. I was trying to bandage up her leg. She got a little frisky. Something seems to have spooked her. Don't know what, but is what it is." He's kind of like looks at all of you and gives you a smile. Your mother kind of disappears into the kitchen where, of course, the medicine cabinet would be, because why wouldn't it be there? And she starts like rooting around for something. And your dad comes in. He says, "Whoa, son, it's good to see you, boy." Kayvon looks up and doesn't smile, just gives your father a nod. And that's like the limit of their interaction.
Dad,
Yeah.
you asking about my friends. So while Mom's getting this stuff, I'll introduce, Valem, he's a cleric of Lathander, Celinda is a lady Celinda, Icewing of Baldur's Gate. Reginald Ramsbottom of also Baldur's Gate. Lord Reginald. I'm really bad with titles, guys, you know this. Bellion is Bellion Alton. Yeah, they're my friends. That I've made on the road, and yeah, I already introduced them to Mom and Kayvon, and I'm kind of giving Kayvon the side eye, like, what the hell did I miss?
Yeah. And yeah, your father looks at your mother comes back in, and she's got like a little jar, like almost like a small mason jar, and she kind of dips a finger in, and your father like stretches her arm out, and we can see the bruise is blossoming even further on his arm, and she kind of puts her finger down with the salve on it and begins to kind of massage his arm, and we see your father wince. And she just kind of looks up and gives him a smile, and he looks back at her and gives her like a playful, angry face, Like, obviously, that this is something that they've done for years. And your father looks around as your mother's kind of rubbing his arm. He says, "Well, it's nice to meet you folks. And he looks at Reginald. He says, "Well, my lord," kind of like gives you like a playful like tip of the hat, even though he's not wearing a hat. Um, said it's a pleasure to meet all of you, and you're all welcome, of course, to stay here. Don't have a great deal of room, but we can find some if you need it. Don't mind my saying, daughter. I'm happy as pig shit to see you, but what brings you around?
Well, that's kind of why I brought everybody home. So, and I kind of already went over some of this, so sorry, Kayvon, that you're going to have time wasted on me repeating it again. I've gotten into some trouble with some very powerful and very dangerous people that have been targeting all of our families and emotion to the group. So we were up in Waterdeep and got word that some of those people might be heading this way. So we wanted to stop by and check on you guys.
Your mother looks still a little distraught. Kayvon doesn't seem to care. Your father looks at you. That's quite a story, but honey, Daggerford's Daggerford. Everything here is fine. I mean,
It's not fine.
well,
The people in the tavern today were sizing us up.
And Kayvon actually, for the first time, very, very clearly butts in. He says, "A bunch of strangers walked into the inn, and you were acting very strangely. You must admit." And your mother kind of like gives him that look that says, "Oh, shush, honey, it's okay." And Kayvon's like, "No, you pulled me out of away from work, away from my job. Of course they were looking at you strange. You're a bunch of strangers talking about weird criminals and Baldur's Gates, and why wouldn't they be surprised, or why?" And like for the first time, we're seeing Kayvon like really flustered.
Yeah.
And your mother's like, "It's okay, Kayvon. It's okay, Kay. Just sit down, go back to your book." And like he looks visibly angry. And he kind of like plops himself back down pretty forcefully on the couch, and like reopens his little book and begins. And I think Selenda, he kind of gives you an eye as if to say like, "Don't, just don't." And he goes back to his book. And you're
Excuse me, Kevin. What is your job exactly? If you don't mind my asking.
well, I'm not sure if I don't mind. And like you hear a noise from Elizabeth's mother that is, to any child, it is immediately recognizable. Like, don't you dare speak to strangers like that. And he like looks up a little surprised to hear. Sorry, is it Alessia? Am I saying that right? Alessa. Yeah, like Alessa's looking a little red in the face, and Kayvon sees it and is suitably chided, and he says, "Well, I do books. I'm a scribe. I do a basic arithmetic and accounting."
Right. And that
Why?
man you're working for?
And like Selenda, he kind of like looks at you and gives you like very obvious side eye. Like, why would you ask why? Like that's such an odd question.
I said you are a scribe, not why.
Oh, sorry, you were kind of breaking up. He said, "Well, yes, I can read and write, and I do math. Yes, I." And like Elizabeth,
Great.
you kind of butt in and you say, "What? Who is that guy?"
Yeah, and who are you working for
Well,
nowadays?
presently I've been offered work, and I'm taking it with Mr. Daniker. You spoke to him earlier.
Is he new in town, or?
He's been here.
I didn't recognize him.
And yes, actually, Bellion, you spelled that exactly right. He says, "Well, it's been a while since you've been here."
A few months, yeah, but I mean, still could be recent. Kayvon, I know you're frustrated and you're whatever's going on. I'm trying to help, and if
I don't see how you're taking me away from work is helping me. I'm trying to
If
make
you
something of
work-
my life. I don't want to be out hunting things in the woods. That's not. And like again, we get that sort of sound like a sucking in of air from your father this time. that's like, oh
No,
God, somebody's going to be pissed.
no, Dad, it's okay. I get it. I do. And you know what? This is your thing, and I get that. But if you want to make something of yourself, you need to live long enough to do it. These are serious people. I didn't just stop by on whimsy. So, if this Daniker fires you because you miss one day to see me and deal with me and possibly protect yourself against the wrong kinds of people, he's not worth your time and worth you.
And like he looks visibly like confused, and your father kind of leans in to whisper to you. He's like, "No, honey, I think you're misreading the situation. He lacks work. Gives the man something to do. It's." And Kayvon just like looks very almost like furious. Like there's something confusing him about what you said, and he's getting angry. He said he won't fire me for missing a day of work. I I like to work. I have aspirations. I just I
Your
don't.
aspirations are at a tavern in a small town in the middle of nowhere.
And I think like I think he abruptly stands up. I wasn't dragged away from work for this. I'm going back into town. And like
I mean,
he starts to head for the door, and your mother kind of tries to intercept him.
So would Beth.
And your mother looks at you and gives you a look like maybe you need to take a step off. And your mother says, "Kay, honey, it's okay. Just take a breath. Just take a little walk. Don't go back into town. I mean, your sister's been gone a little while, and I know you're upset because you left work, but it's okay. You know, there's going to be more scribing to do tomorrow." And she gives him this like a very motherly smile that seems to be something that he recognizes, as if to say, you know, this is a smile she's shown him before to try to calm him. And he kind of like gives a very tiny shrug, mostly with his head, not so much with his shoulders. And he kind of like puts his hands in his pockets. Fine, mother, for your sake, but. And he like looks at you, Elizabeth. I don't need this. And he like just steps out of the front door. And
Once.
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you first.
Um, your mother kind of looks at you. She says, "Honey, just sometimes you just have to give him a minute." And your father kind of chimes in. He's like, "You come on." He gets a little upset. Liz, it's all right, honey. Like he'll come right back. Just needs time to blow off a little steam. That's all.
What happened after I left?
And they kind of look at you both a little confused. And your father says, "I'm sure I don't follow you."
Does he resent me for chasing after Hunter?
I mean, who can rightly say? I mean, I don't think so. I just, well, to be honest, honey, I think he found something he likes doing, and
seems bitter.
I found something I like doing too, but I still came back to make sure you guys were okay.
well,
I mean,
yeah, but
why
honey,
can't he give me a few hours?
well, you're insulting his boss, and you know your brother has aspirations on diplomacy. I mean, far fetched, I think they might be, but he wants to move to the city. He wants to become an academic and a scribe. You know that. That's always been his dream, and he's doing it. He's making connections. I mean, Mr. Daniker's giving him a good job, gives him a room in the Shining Tavern. I mean, he comes home at least once or twice a week to eat with us. Share some stories with him. I mean, it's just you come in here and you're saying some, well, and your mother has kind of like kept herself a little quiet, and she kind of chimes in. You're saying some crazy things, Elizabeth. It's not that we don't believe you necessarily, but this is Daggerford. Nothing happens here. Nothing ever happens here. And I'm talking about the Zentarum? This sounds like big city nonsense to us. We love you and trust you, but this is a lot to take in. Kind of throwing it all at us at once.
I know.
Maybe we should have not told them at all.
No.
I'm gonna look at Alton. Yeah, you at the tavern.
Yes, and I said they're looking at us the same way. Not that they are Zentaro. Quite frankly, and I look at Elizabeth's parents specifically. I know the difference between people looking at you because you're the odd man in town, being a sailor, and people looking at you, sizing you up as if you're a threat. This was undoubtedly the latter. They wanted to know who we were, why we were here, and if they had to get rid of us.
And a dog howls in the distance.
God damn it, Denise! Has Jesse still not died? Is he still hanging out over there on the Smith's farm? Sorry.
No, I was going to make a different joke. It's Timmy fell down the well again.
Let's go rescue him.
Yeah, that's the quest in Daggerford, by the way. Timmy fell down the well. You have to go rescue him.
Not more sewers.
So, God, is Lassie even like a contemporary joke reference anymore? Anyway,
Kinda.
yeah, I said it and I'm like, wow, there's got to be people who won't get that joke anymore. Anyway, old people D&D, folks. That's what this is.
Hey! I'm still 29 years young, damn it.
Yeah, that's no comment. So yeah. Now I'm all distracted by my Lassie joke. So yeah, dog howls in the distance, and your folks are looking at you, and I can't remember what the last thing anyone said was.
It's okay that we said some crazy things. Alton was saying that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and they both look at you, Alton. They kind of swivel and turn on you, and I think Marcus, Elizabeth's father, kind of speaks up first. Well, sir, that might be the case. I don't want to doubt you. We just only met. But again, I mean, this is just Daggerford. It's a farm town. People, these are good folk, just trying to make a living, doing right by them, their families, and their neighbors. I mean,
Oh, you misunderstand. I'm not saying anything about the folk here. The folk here probably don't entirely know what's going on. These people move in. They seem like they're doing a good job for you. They look like they're going to bring you business. Then all of a sudden they're running things. That's what happened literally where we just were. They came in. They took over a tavern without anybody noticing something was wrong.
you might have a point there, I guess. But, well, I mean, they are bringing in some business, and they gave Kayvon a job. I mean, they pay him well, treat him nice, and Mr. Daniker's teaching him about the world, teaching him about, diplomacy and about all the different cities. I mean, Mr. Daniker's well-traveled, I understand. And
I'm not saying that is what's happening, just how it felt, and I wanted to give my companions a bit of warning. We were blindsided before, and I made some very bad decisions. I'd rather not do it twice.
And I may have jumped to conclusions because of said past, but the truth of the matter is, this is a small farm town, and we've been to some other farm towns that were caught in the middle of this too. And the thing is that they're not coming because of Daggerford, because Daggerford is something or whatever. It's my fault.
You might not believe this, ma'am. Daughter's kind of now.
Sorry. You kind of cut off for me. Kind of a what?
She's kind of a big deal now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and they just look at you and kind of smile.
And Beth just blushes.
Yeah. And
She's dating a nobleman.
So not ixnay a boyfriend bay.
And I think Pig Latin's not going to fly in the farmhouse. I think they speak that language. So
Probably more fluent than most.
yeah, I think again, the look there is simultaneously a look from both of your parents, very much in the style of like Exorcist, but at 1,000 times faster, as both of their heads simultaneously swivel and focus on you with laser beam accuracy. And
Beth tries to scramble up from the couch and hide behind Reginald, because he's got the nobleman to it.
And you're
I actually
went
wanted
outside.
to
Yeah,
follow
Reginald's outside.
Kayvon
Oh, shit.
outside.
Oh, okay. Is Valen still there?
He is.
Okay, so hide behind Valen.
and your father's got kind of a little quirky, shitty smile on his face, like, oh, she met a boy. Your mother is just like, how could you? I have to hear about your noble boyfriend from some other. Like, the emotions that are waving through her face are like just rapid. She's extremely happy, extremely pissed, extremely curious. Like, she's just. And she looks at you, Valem, as Elizabeth goes to hide behind you, and she kind of gives you that look, like, smiles, awkward shrug.
I was gonna get to it, but imminent danger kind of took priority, I swear.
And Celinda's just got this shit-eating grin on her face.
I swear to gods. Next time I'm gonna let the spider eat you.
What spider? Oh, never mind.
Okay, so you guys are having this. Reginald, you followed Kayvon outside?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you follow him immediately, or did you give him a moment to...
I gave him like a minute maybe, but not much longer. Like, not long enough to storm off somewhere, but or stuff. Like I could catch up to him and have a word.
So I think as you kind of follow him outside, you see that he's got his hands in his pockets, his head is kind of down, and he just sort of walks off in the distance of like a nearby field. And there we see like a fairly large tree. I mean, it looks like it was probably there before the house was here. Extremely large. It creates a ton of shade underneath it, but it's kind of that thing where we see all the crops, the fields. There's sparse trees anywhere, but this is the one tree that if you know anything about rural farming towns, this is like the tree where the young kids come to hang out. It's where everyone has picnics. It's kind of a communal tree in that way.
Mm-hmm.
And you see Kayvon, like, not quite storming off, but he's obviously rather upset as he heads in the direction of this tree. And he kind of goes up to the trunk and sort of like just touches his hand to the bark and kind of rubs his hand on the tree for a moment. And then he just kind of turns around and plops his ass down at the roots, of the tree, and just sits down. And he pulls out his book, his little journal.
Because I would give him, a few minutes and slowly approach the tree afterwards, and not try and sneak up on him or anything like.
Yeah, I mean, you can walk up on him in such a way that he sees you walking up.
Yeah. And I want to just say, Kayvon, might have a word with you.
Do I have a choice here?
Of course.
And he just he shakes his head more in resignation than as if to say no to you, and he says, "Yes, sir. I'm sorry."
I understand you're upset, but I want you to know that the skills you possess are no small thing. My own son prefers the pen to the sword, and as a businessman, I understand the value of a good scribe with, who's good at doing the numbers. And shouldn't feel less than anyone in that room. And I'm sure also if the tavern is not your ultimate aspirations, your skills would get you far in any of the major cities on the Sword Coast.
And like for the first time, we kind of see that Kayvon's face seems to relax, like some of the tension is washing away a little bit when you're saying this. And he looks up and obviously reluctant, he says, "What, if you don't mind my asking, sir, what does your son do?"
Well, currently he holds a seat on the Council of Peers in Baldur's Gate.
And I think he kind of looks up at you, and for a moment there's like stars in his eyes, but then he kind of remembers something. He says, I've read about that. I've read a great many things. That's a family affair. That's not something he could get hired to. I could never aspire to such a thing." And like we see, he looks like a little dejected.
Well, I mean, there are families that have bought their way into nobility, and with skills like yours, despite your... Actually, because of your humble beginnings, your skills are even more impressive because it shows your determination. to, I don't know where you learned to read and write and to do arithmetics, but I'm sure there aren't. It's not a common skill among people around here, and not
Yeah.
easy to learn.
Yeah, and he kind of, he's obviously paying very close attention to you, and as you're kind of saying that, his eyes kind of drift off to the fields, and we see a couple young men, probably like in their late teens, early 20s, who, like shirtless, covered in sweat, and they're like obviously been working hard, picking up like hay bales and carrying them, which is no small feat. Very strong young men doing this work, and he kind of looks back at you and smiles. I suppose so. It's just, it's difficult. No one understands my aspirations. They don't know what, they don't know how difficult it can be for me. I guess, I guess you're right. I just don't understand why Elizabeth is being like this. And he kind of like drifts off. And he says, "But that's kind of what I'm like. Sometimes I just don't understand people."
That's just no major fault. People are a complex thing, and no two are alike. But your sister cares about you, and we have seen a lot of hurt come to, Celinda's family and Valem's family. And since we were close, she just wanted to make sure nothing troublesome was happening here.
He kind of nods. Yes, I suppose you're right. She is my sister after all. I suppose we should return to the house.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'll just take a moment here and I'll be right in.
Of course. And I'll start heading back.
Okay. So yeah, he's still sitting at the roots of the tree, just kind of like journaling something. It looks like. What is everyone else doing as Reginald begins to approach the house? Like, what is going on inside the house?
Watching Beth fumble.
Yeah, and like spilling her guts about Asher, completely leaving out the tryst with Quinn.
All the sex you had.
No, not that.
You
Just
shame your family.
So basically, like 90% of your relationship.
Like, well, no, we were in Baldur's Gate and we were dealing with this and this, that, and the other thing, and then he showed up and a lot of things happened, but it ended up that like we went out and it was nice and things just kind of went from there. And he's really sweet and he's a magistrate and we talked about a lot of things, such as my growing up here on the farm
And
and
I
him
think
growing
your
up as
mother
a noble.
I think your mother kind of cuts you off at some point. She doesn't want to hear about all of your like post-coital talk or whatever. She's getting images in her mind. It's very clear that she doesn't want to have.
She's explaining it in a way to try to avoid the fact that she had sex at all.
She is, but it's not like your mother obviously can read you. You are her daughter after all.
Yeah.
And your father's just kind of grinning the whole time listening to the story, and he says, "This sounds like a fine fellow. When are we going to meet him?" And your mother crosses her arms at him as if to say, like, just don't encourage. Like, your mother doesn't know how to read this situation. And I think as Reginald kind of re-enters the scene, your mother says, "Well, it's getting to be a little late in the afternoon. Why don't we start fixing dinner? As I said before, you all are welcome to stay." She looks at you, Elizabeth. No kind of stories like that at the dinner table, Missy?
And she just kind of blinks innocently because she was completely avoiding the subject of sex.
I'd be happy to help you cook, ma'am. I'm not the greatest ever, but I was taught to bake as a child.
He makes really good scones.
She says, "Well, I don't know what scones are, and I'd be interested to find out, but..."
Neither did I, but they were tasty, Mom. I swear.
And she kind of looks at you out, and she looks at you up and down. She says, "I'm happy for the help, but well," and she kind of turns back and looks at the kitchen, and she kind of turns back to you. And what is being said but not unspoken is this kitchen was built for humans.
And he just gives a smile. Everything is, ma'am. I've learned to adapt. That, and I just ask you to hand me the bowl from a top shelf every so often.
And she kind of laughs. She says, "Well, I can handle that." And she kind of like beckons for you to join her in the kitchen.
Just roll up my sleeves with a grin and walk in.
Okay. What is everyone else doing?
I'm gonna help
Valem,
Alton because
Okay, Alton is going to help in the or Selenda is going to help in the kitchen with Alton. Valem,
Valem's kind of been staring at his name Marcus, your
it is.
best father.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, kind of ever since he came in, and it was her best mother was kind of treating it. Valen kind of saw it kind of poorly, and just want to approach Marcus and just kind of try to make small talk, but at the same time, kind of like checking out his injury.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, yeah.
yes.
Um, yeah, and
Position.
are you, Valem, are you wearing your armor? Like, I'm assuming all of you are armed, unless you're telling me you're not.
Yeah, we
Oh,
came in our
yes.
travel gears, so yeah.
Sure. Yeah, so he kind of looks you up and down, Valem. He says, "It's quite a get up you got there, man. I see. It looks like you wear that sign of And he begins to say something that I think you can probably lip read to say he was going to say Aminator, but he sort of corrects himself and he says Lathander, right? There's a temple in Daggerford if you're interested.
It's something I would look into. Perhaps if we spend an extended period of time here. But as your daughter's mentioned, there's things we're trying to look into.
Sure. Yeah, of course. I understand.
So I noticed out the field your horse was a bit injured. I'm not a veterinarian per se, but if you'd be interested in taking me out to the barn, I could perhaps take a look at her.
Looks at you. He says, "Well, sure. Worst comes to worst, I could use a muscle." And he kind of like tries to punch you on the shoulder, but then stops, realizing you're wearing armor. He's like, "Well, all right. Yeah, sure. I mean, I should probably go check on her. Unless if we're gonna head out to the barn." She looks at him and she turns and she says, "Of course. We're here making dinner, and you want to go to the barn? Sure." And she just turns back to you out and then gives you like a little wink. Again, this is very much like this is a thing that's been going on for like 25 years.
Men do this thing when dinner's time. You go to the
Exactly.
garage. Yeah.
Precisely. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he sort of slaps you on the back. Beckons for you to join him outside.
Yeah. Once we start heading outside, I want to make a perception check on the area to see if we're kind of being watched or if there's, I don't know, am I getting an uneasy feeling or anything like
I
that?
don't think you're getting an uneasy feeling, but I do think what you observe is as you're walking outside, a lot of the farmhands and stuff, sun's just beginning to start to set. It's probably like, maybe now that's, no, because we're not in quite fall yet. So the sun, I mean, I'm going to say it's like 4 o'clock, 4:30, something like that. And some of the farmhands are starting to come in. They work early. They tend to finish early, bringing the tools in and stuff. And kind of from where you are heading to the barn, you do observe that it appears that um, Kayvon is you can clearly see him. You can make out his figure as he's walking back from the tree, and he's kind of met at a sort of like road intersection just out in front of the house by what appears to be another halfling. Can't really make out the halfling very well. Definitely doesn't look like the man you met, Mr. Daniker. Um, but another halfling kind of runs up, and you see them sort of looks like they might be exchanging pleasantries on the road. Um, doesn't you don't get uneasy feelings about it. Doesn't seem necessarily hostile. Excuse me. But you definitely observe that.
Okay. Um, On our way back to the barn, if we're not immediately surrounded by workers or anything like that, if we just have like a moment where I just kind of can talk to them while we keep walking, I don't want to stop them and talk or anything like that.
Of course, yeah.
But I do want to say, we've just come from Waterdeep, and my family was being uh, harassed quite a bit by the Zentarum. It was a very harrowing experience for the family. I can understand they were in a situation where they weren't able to speak out loud. They were worried not about their own lives, but about my life as well. But I want you to know that this is what we've been doing. That they've been involved in my family's life. They've been involved in one of my other companions' family's lives. If there's anything that you need to tell us, please do not be afraid to let us know,
And
because we are here to help and we can help. And when I do that, I put my hand on his shoulder and I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on him.
okay, okay. So instantly we see, his arm is a little still shiny from the salve on it, but we can see the bruise on it, and immediately the bruise just sort of begins to recede in itself. As it shrinks down and begins to disappear, and his normal flesh tones begin to emerge from your spell. And he looks at you and smiles. Well, that's a heck of a trick. Thank you. Thank you much. Regarding all that other stuff, I have to be honest with you, man. I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't joking around, or I wasn't fibbing when I said, Daggerford's Daggerford. Nothing
Yeah.
really goes on here. If I knew about anything at all, I'd be more than happy to. I mean, I don't want nothing bad to happen to Daggerford. I heard some rumors about giants, but everybody's probably heard them. And like as he says it, there's like some recognition crosses his face. He looks at you kind of seriously. He says, "Please, I don't normally ask for something like this, but I want you to lie to me when I ask you. Has my daughter ever? She never. She's never fought giants, right? I mean, that's just crazy talk. Y'all just been in the city, like you said. There's no giants in the city, I'm sure, right?
I'm not going to lie to you at all. Your daughter is a very hardy warrior. She's always going to be your baby girl in your eyes, but she's an adult now, and she has taken on the path of helping others. And in our particular line of work, there is a bit of danger, but that's kind of the spark, that's the draw. But I can assure you this: as long as I'm here, I'm not going to let harm come to her.
Yeah, and he kind of like looks back at his arm, and he's still sort of like poking at it, trying to figure out how you did it or what you did, and seeing that his arm feels normal again. Well, you definitely didn't quite lie to me, which is what I asked. But he looks at you, gives you a little smile. I do appreciate that. You look after her. It's just
Mm.
we folk don't have a lot, and family means something here. That's not to say that don't mean nothing in the city, of course, but well, I'm sure you know what I mean.
Well,
Just
that's
a
kind
worried
of the
father.
no, I completely understand. That's exactly the point that I kind of touched on earlier. Um, Certainly wasn't trying to imply that you weren't telling the whole truth about the what's going on here in Daggerford. But if things change, if you notice anything, um, just leaving the tavern where we met Kayvon, it was apparent that there are people here that they certainly took notice when we came in. If you see anything, if you find anything that you think is going to be a danger to yourselves, to the town, you let us know.
Right away, man. If anything that I'm able to help, especially if it means helping my daughter, I would be happy to do that.
Absolutely.
He said, "Well,"
Absolutely.
and you guys are like right, basically at the barn doors. Kind of looks at you and opens the door for you to go in. You see, typical stables. Hay. There's the horses that some of the stalls are still empty, but Winnie appears to be in one of them. He kind of takes you back and offers to, kind of begins to calm Winnie, and Winnie seems totally calm. Point of fact, she almost seemed like she was napping. Like she just seems, like she had something to eat. Now it's time to take a little rest, and she kind of looks up at Marcus and recognizes him, and he begins petting her and what have you. And the two of you take some time, and we don't have to like flesh that whole thing out, but he kind of shows you her leg, and just seems like she's sprained something. Older horse, these things kind of happen, and still a sturdy, strong horse though. So you guys take some time out in the stables.
I'll do like the healing word on her, and yeah.
Okay, yeah, and like I think as you do that, she kind of kicks up a little bit in pretty obvious excitement. Like she feels different, and Marcus jumps back a little bit, and she doesn't, she begins to like dance around a little bit, like she's testing out the leg. And Marcus looks at you. He says, "I mean, I don't mean to be rude. I'm sure you got bigger fish to fry, but you ever need a job, I can find you work on the farm here."
Well, maybe once I retire, just kind of pat him on the back and wink.
Yeah. And Winnie just keeps kind of like dancing back and forth, and she's very playful very suddenly, like a energy has kind of reinfused her. Back in the house, Bellion, what are you doing?
I was going to ask where the local authorities would be and who they would be.
Who are you asking?
Either Mom or Beth. I'm sure one of those two would know enough. Like, just kind of go to go. So if someone was visiting and wanted to know the local skivvy about certain things that we're looking for, who runs the place in Daggerford? Who is the boss?
In Daggerford or out here?
Daggerford, in the city.
That would be Lady Morrowind.
Not
right?
It's not Morrowind. It's not. We're not playing Elder Scrolls.
Morrowind. Sorry.
Close it up.
Yeah, Morrowind.
Lady
Morrowind.
Morrowind.
I know.
My own handwriting. I apologize.
Does Celinda know anything about Morrowind, Daggerford?
Morrowind, Skyrim, Oblivion.
I'm sorry. It just made me laugh.
I hate you. Okay, I take handwritten notes and I just can't read my handwriting. Damn it!
Can we please rename this place Daggerford?
Yeah, I was just about to.
Call it what?
This is my issue. This is my issue. Thank you for understanding.
And we need to put an arena in the back. That's all I'm saying. Just an arena in the back.
Well, you see, there's
Complete
this thing, but we just can't talk about it. Sorry.
Oh God, that made me laugh. Anyway, sidetracking aside, someone asked, would Elizabeth know anything about Morwen? I think.
Or Mom. Like, I'll ask both. It doesn't really matter to me.
Again,
like, just how to get a hold of them. Like, where to find them.
I mean, if it's her shift on the wall, maybe. I've never really thought about it. Why?
But she's a god. I want to go talk to her. That's all. And some people who are actually authorities and might actually have been looking over the city in the past. I don't know.
Bellion, can you please not? Please?
I would like to go talk to Lady Morwen as well.
The last 2 cities we've been in, you ended up in jail. And almost in jail, looking at Celinda. Can we just not do that yet?
But I would like actually some information on what we're actually looking for, which is some people, remember, that have faces that I can show them.
Assuming they haven't.
We do need space with Lady Morwen.
I'm just going to point out that it usually goes a lot better when the law actually likes us and we've actually been upfront with them.
If we had gone to Rena first, we wouldn't have had such a problem.
I know. I believe I'm the one who said that.
And yet here we are.
Yes. We can go to them in the morning. We haven't done anything yet.
I would like to mention that they have been around for a while and they have been, it's their job to look around and look for things that are, out of place. that maybe some other people might have missed. Plus, we need to figure out maybe how long that, what is that little halfling man? How long he's been around, Danica or whatever? Things
Can
like that.
we
It's
not-
good to have information.
Where is Kayvon at this point? Is he like on his way in or what?
Yeah, he hasn't come back in the house yet.
Okay.
I don't think any of you. Yeah, none of you can see him because none of you are outside, so he hasn't returned to the house
Yeah.
yet.
Slater never
look,
caught up with him?
My parents made a point. Can we not worry about investigating my brother's boss yet? We don't have any proof that this is Alton said, like Alton said, the Zents. I may have overreacted, but we can go to them first thing in the morning.
I don't
A
care
family
about
dinner.
them. I'm caring more about the fact that we know 2 of them are going here. We're looking for them. That's the entire organization.
According to Aldo.
He had no reason to lie at the time. He was going to die.
Beth, are you willing to take the chance?
No!
He was
It's just a
lying?
few questions. It's not that hard to do.
It's late. By the time we get back into town and get back here, it's going to be dark. I just don't want to leave them here.
Well, you can stay. It's me and Celinda can go. It's not a problem.
I should be able to get in.
I can
I'm a
definitely get in.
nobleman.
It's not a problem.
Yeah, I'm not worried about you getting in. It's getting out.
Then I'm not going to
I
arrest me.
know
haven't
how to
done-
talk to noblemen.
Mind you, if they do try to arrest me on sight as soon as I actually tell them who I am, you know what to do.
I do?
Run.
What?
Which means if they try to arrest me for no reason whatsoever besides exactly who I am, obviously they are not so good people anymore.
Or you have an outstanding warrant you haven't told us about. I'm kidding, Mom. I'm kidding.
I've never been to Daggerford, so that is not possible. Now, if this is, some other places, perhaps.
And
What? No.
I think at this point, Elizabeth's mother gets involved here. I think she kind of steps out from the kitchen, and she's got a little apron on, that she uses in the kitchen, and she comes out and she's wielding a knife. Alton, you obviously know that she was like cutting up some carrots or some beetroots or what have you. And she steps forward rather menacingly, and she looks at you, Elizabeth. What's this I hear about warrants? And she kind of looks at you, Belly, and like a little. She's kind of cross, looking at you.
It was a joke. They just happened to meet me while I was kind of in jail for beating up a guard. It happens.
And she,
every now and again.
Elizabeth, she looks at you like, what the hell? Like, these are your friends talking about being in jail. And she looks at you, Belly, and she says, look, there's a constable in the town. It's pretty dead center. Won't be hard to find.
Excellent. Thank you very much. You've been a very gracious host. It is nice to meet you.
She said, and she looks at you again, still not disbelieving, but like she doesn't trust you. You've just said a lot of weird shit in her house. And she just kind of casually, like dismissively says, dinner's in 2 hours. And she just like walks back in the kitchen. And I think she, Celinda and Alton, as you guys I think are in the kitchen, she like begins messing with a cabinet kind of below the sink. And she pulls something out and she gets herself a little glass. As she uncorks the bottle, it smells like diesel. And she just kind of pours herself a glass, screws the bottle back shut, and just in one pull easily just drops the thing. Kind of slams the glass back on the counter and pushes it in the direction of the sink. And she just looks
Can I have some?
she looks at you out and shrugs, and she just like goes back to cooking. She like goes back to cutting whatever she was cutting. And she looks
I want some.
she looks at you, Celinda, and smiles. She just shakes her head. Honey, you don't want that.
I've had dwarven alcohol. I think I could take yours.
She's like, how about after dinner? And she looks at you and smiles, and she says, I think we're going to need it.
She's got a point, Celinda.
Peasants have to be so.
Ma,
Celinda,
don't let her drink if she's near fire.
just don't let her drink.
What's that supposed to mean?
Sewers.
She can make fire. Don't let her drink it all.
Yeah, what he said.
Magic, though.
Celenda.
Okay, so Bellion, are you leaving to go to Daggerford?
I'll go to Daggerford. I got my directions. I'll be like, I'll be
Yeah.
back. It'll be fine. Don't worry.
Okay.
I just imagine him shouting that is out the door. Remember, she makes fire.
So Bellion, as you're going outside, you see now that Kayvon is kind of still standing there at the crossroads, and he appears to be having a conversation with a small halfling female. Um, and as you're much closer and you can see it, it seems to be friendly, maybe even a little playful between the two of them. Uh, and they both kind of look up at you, and he doesn't smile. The halfling smiles. Um, yeah, and you continue walking toward
Yeah.
Daggerford. I
Just
assume.
give him a quick wave. Just be like, just a quick little wave of the hand going by.
Okay, sure.
Not worried.
So yeah, you begin to head back in the direction of Daggerford.
Yeah.
Okay. What is everyone else doing? Reginald, are you doing anything specifically?
Just sitting on the couch waiting for dinner.
Okay.
Talking about foosball.
Sorry, what was that?
Talking about foosball, man.
Oh, okay. So I had a name all lined up and I already forgot it. Anyway, so
Steve?
it's not Steve. It's not. It's definitely not Steve. Yeah. So I imagine we can probably kind of wipe to dinner time. As you guys have all been cooking and everything, and Alden and Celenda, Alessa basically, in that very motherly fashion that just tells you just to do it, not ask questions. She kind of commands the two of you to wash up for dinner.
Prestidigitation.
Sure. I mean,
With a big wide grin right in front of her.
yeah, however you need to do it is fine. She's got no problem with that. Yeah, and so she kind of prepares dinner, and at some point, Kayvon kind of re-enters the house, and he's alone. And he kind of looks at everyone, and Elizabeth. He looks at you, and he tries to make what I think you could probably guess is some kind of conciliatory smile. Right? Like he's trying to make good with you, but obviously things are still a little awkward here.
Yeah, and upon seeing him and seeing that effort, she's gonna kind of. I imagine she was like setting the table and just some little cleanup things beforehand. Kayvon, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Like, it came out wrong when we were talking about Mr. Daniker, and I'm sorry. I'm just worried. I made a mess of things. Nothing new, right? And I give him that weak, like, sisterly, you're used to this still, right? We're good kind of smile. Again, that same kind of effort.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And he kind of tries to do something similar. It's obviously harder for him, but yeah, he tries to just like nods at you, like okay, he gets it, and he kind of helps set the table as he's expected to do. Yeah, and you guys all meet back. Valem, of course, when you're coming back, Marcus kind of instructs you how to wash up because you don't walk back into this woman's house with like mud on your boots, especially right before dinner.
Gotcha.
And yeah, that all of you kind of regather. Belly, I don't think you're going to be able to make it back in time. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay, I kind of assumed it would be. So why don't we cut to Belly and where are you going? Like, what are you looking for in Daggerford specifically?
Pretty much authority. I'm going to go straight to the constable that she mentioned.
Okay,
like,
yeah. So
right in the center of town.
Hold on, let me just ping it on the map. But I believe, I think it's number 6. Yeah. So and the other thing is like people here could direct you to it.
Yeah.
No, is that it? 6. Yeah, jail and constable's office.
Oh, it's way up there. Yeah, that's it.
There it is. Yep, you got it. Yeah, so there's the jail and constable's office. Pretty small, but not too far from the ducal keep and what have you. Yeah. So you're just walking in?
walking right in, head held high, and just kind of looking around immediately for someone who's supposed to greet people, get
No,
someone to
this
talk to.
it's not. This is not the barracks in Waterdeep. This is about one room
No,
with
no, no. I
two.
mean, whoever's like manning it, because they have a
No,
guard there.
I know. Yeah,
But
that's yeah. Let me just like so. It's a
yeah, yeah,
small building.
yeah.
It's basically one large room. There's like two or three jail cells along the side. There's like two small desks, and just a bunch of benches. Um, there is presently um, one one human man, probably I'm gonna say in his like late 30s, early 40s, perhaps, just kind of sitting there, thinning hair on top, uh, kind of a beard, a little patchy in places, but mostly kind of full, like a thicker beard. And he's got his feet up on the desk as you walk in. And he's like leaning back in the chair, um, and he just kind of looks at you, gives you a nod. Help you?
Greetings. Yes, perhaps. I'm actually looking for some people that might have come through here recently, and considering that you're the gods and things like that, you might have seen them.
Constable.
Oh, well, constable, of course. But I'm sure that you work with the gods. You seem to have many of them, and lots of people all seem to go into it in and out, including, from what I understand, even your leader works as a member of the god. Very amazing, very interesting. But anyways, I'm just
You
looking to
sure
see if
do
you
talk a lot.
That does happen. I'm just wondering if you've seen two people that might have come through recently.
Who are
Uh,
you?
My name is Bellion. It's a pleasure to meet you. What is your name?
Corbin?
Nice to meet you, Corbin. Now, all I'm wondering is if you've seen. Sorry, Elizabeth. God
Yeah,
damn it,
that's Mel.
Mel.
That is all Mel's fault.
Corbin Dallas multipass.
Corbin Dallas
Anyways,
multipass.
I literally bring up my hand and go, "Have you seen any of these people?" And when I show him Kella Darkhope, like literally her face, and be like, "Have you seen this person recently in town at all?"
Did Bellion see Dick Caladarko?
Yes, he has in the back alley.
That's right. Good call. Okay. And he just sort of looks at you, and he doesn't appear to be looking at the projection. He says, "Who are you again?"
My name is Bellion. I am from very far. I'm looking for some of my friends. That
Why
is
are
all.
you looking for friends? Why don't you know where your friends are?
Unfortunately, if you hadn't noticed, I am very far away from home. I don't come from around here, and there's been some travel back and forth between cities. I've been traveling with a group. It's misconnection, perhaps. I'm just wondering if you've seen them lately. Have you seen this woman? That is all.
How'd you lose them?
Unfortunately, we left from Baldur's Gate at a different time from one another. It happens. And we had to make a pit stop over at Waterdeep, and now from what I understand, they were coming here. I just don't know if they're still here, that's all.
I think you're going to need to make a deception check here.
Okay. Put it to normal.
Nice.
Not even a good roll.
He looks at you, kind of scratches his chin through the beard. Don't think I've seen anybody that looks like that.
How about this one? Another friend of mine. You might have seen him, and I show him Andros.
Definitely think I'd remember seeing a man look like that.
I think you would too. That is all I needed to know, actually, really. Also, I was at this amazing tavern earlier. What is it? The River Shining Tavern. Great place. There's a halfling there who was very, how should I put this? Useful and helpful. Do you know who he is? I would like to give him something. Is he new around here? What was his name? I believe it was
Mr.
Danica?
Daniker, yeah. He's been here a little while.
Oh, just a few weeks?
Longer than that, I think.
Oh, you've been very helpful. Do you know anything that he likes before they take off? Something that I could, give it to him as a present or something like that. He was very helpful.
Do I look like his best friend?
No, you do not, but I still had to wonder. Like I said, you've got your hand in the pulse. You're a very good man. Thank you very much.
You just sort of like this whole time, like I don't have a webcam and I probably wouldn't run one, but like I wish I could portray the look on his face. Like he just looks like doubtful and kind of tired the whole time you're talking to him. And as you're getting ready to leave, he just sort of gives you a nod. Doesn't bother raising his hands, just like gives you a nod as you turn to leave.
Okay, that's all I wanted out of him. Perfect. And then I'll just go back.
So you're going back to the farmhouse?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you're heading back to the farmhouse. You guys, the rest of you, meanwhile, this back at the farmhouse, you are all served a pretty strong meal. You know, turkey fried something. Mashed potatoes, maybe some gravy.
Chicken fried steak.
Chicken, yeah, there you go. I was gonna say chicken fried rice, but that's definitely not farming. So,
Unless
yeah,
we're in Carter.
chicken fried steak, biscuits. Your
Buttermilk
mother
gravy.
may have even made some fresh lemonade.
Cornbread?
Definitely cornbread.
Yes.
There's cornfields. There's cornbread.
Bread is amazing.
And
scones for
Simple
dessert.
garden green salad.
yeah, there's some kind of mixed vegetables, probably like carrots, some root vegetables like beets or turnips, something like that. Something sturdy and hearty. And Elizabeth, that this is kind of unusual. Like a feast like this, like a big meal. Usually you have big meals early in the day to give you strength around the farmhouse. Later, you don't want to have something heavy, especially before a long day. Next day. But parents have reason to go all out. Kayvon's there, and yeah, a bunch of you are sitting in some weird, mismatched chairs at the table, of varying heights. So Valem,
I found a very tall chair or a chair with a crate on it.
Well, no, I think what it is I think Valem is basically at head height with you, Alton, in like a chair, because he had to sit on like a small stool. So rather than putting you on it, they put Valem on it. So the two of you are basically at the same height, and yeah, you all. There's a moment where it's almost expected there's some kind of prayer here. But your mother kind of pauses and looks around at all your friends and just realizes maybe that's not a great idea. It just kind of dismisses, and she says, eat.
Beth would actually speak up, I think, when she makes that pause. And, Valem, do you think you could say something?
Oh, absolutely. I'd be honored to do so.
Lathander, and I'm going to look to my mother. Lathander's done right by us, so I see no problem in giving the Lord of Sunlight a little thanks. And I'm saying it that way to explain it to my mother. Like daylight, morning light, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Valem?
I wouldn't think it would be much of a shock to them if Marcus knew that there was a Temple of Lathander beforehand, and then being farmers in that, because
sure, yeah,
kind of birth and growth is all part of Lathander's thing. But thank you, Lathander, for looking over us throughout our days. We thank you for this bounty that you have bequeathed to us, and just look over us throughout all of our ventures and send us your divine power throughout our lives, and let Lathander be with all of us.
Yeah, and there's definitely a moment where you can see Marcus, and especially Alessa seems to be eyes closed, and she's really taking that moment to to pray with you. And you finish, and everyone kind of opens their eyes, and Marcus kind of looks around, and there's like this awkward pause. He says, "Well, I think that's good enough, right? I mean, to good friends, to good food." And he just like raises the glass. He said, "Let's eat." And like everyone kind of. It's kind of a free for all here. You're not really expected to serve other people, or again, not a noble house.
Yeah, pass the bowls, pass the utensils.
Yeah.
Hey,
Where's the salad fork?
Yeah, and like Yeah, and you grab cornbread by the hand. You don't like. There's not tongs. That's for fancy
Yep.
folk. And you better get that bowl quick, because otherwise it's going to be gone. And yeah, so everyone grabs your food.
Linda is gonna starve at this table.
Yeah, they'll just assume that you're like a noble lady with specific tastes, and probably not say anything because it would be rude.
She's
Beth
just-
would absolutely give her a look like, "What's going? What?
She's just too polite to like grab the bowl from anybody.
Would she? Where would Celinda be sitting in reference to Beth? Would she stay near to Beth, or
Maybe, probably. I mean, they're like best friends, so I would imagine they sit together.
so Beth would take like the bowl that's got the cornbread in it, or the dish that's got the cornbread in it, and take Celinda's hand, bring the bowl forward, put Celinda's hand on the bread, close her fingers, sets of hands like around it, and then put it on Celinda's plate, and then just kind of
child's Beth.
well.
It's just
I
hard to
kinda
grab
hope-
things, and it's so rude.
Actually, it'd be okay if you acted a little more like a child. Grab at it.
But
Grab and gimme, dear.
it's so rude.
Pass the beats, please.
And yeah, I think Alessa hands you out in the bowl of beets and smiles at you as she does so. And she kind of looks at you, Celinda. She says, It's all right, honey. We're all friends here. Just whatever you want. You just go ahead and grab it." And Marcus is like looking, and she kind of like looks back at Marcus for some sort of support in this matter. And Marcus is just stuffing his face with cornbread. And she just looks at him like,
That scene from Beauty and the Beast.
yeah. And she just looks at him like, "What the hell are you doing?" And he just like looks, and there's like a blush on his face, and she just kind of gives him that smile. And she turns back to you, Celinda. She's like, "It's all right, honey. This you're outside Daggerford. You're nowhere near Waterdeep. No need for that kind of manner here." She said, "You want to eat? You got to grab." And I think even Kayvon is like, even in his very formal way, is like, he knows in this house that if you want to eat, you take food and eat. Especially with Elizabeth and Hunter in the house. Like, I imagine growing up, like,
I was actually going to say, I could see there's that moment where, like, they're both going to reach for the last... I already used cornbread as an example. Shit. Last
corn on a cob.
Yeah, last hunk of corn, and they both go grab it. And there's that challenge look of siblings for a moment. But Beth would actually let go.
Yeah, and he kind of, like, smiles a little bit. And it's very, there's obviously something, like, he's having, like, he's remembering, growing up in the house with you and Hunter, and it brings a little smile to his face seeing that. Yeah, so you guys are eating your food, and you're taking, it's one of those things where, like, the proper eating portion isn't very long. That's probably like 10-15 minutes before all the food is gone. But everyone sort of sits around the table. This isn't the kind of place where people jump up and take plates to the sink. That, in time, of course, that'll happen. But everyone just kind of sits around sipping lemonade, and Marcus is like looking at all the bowls, making sure there's not like crumbs left of cornbread or whatever for him to take. And I think it's probably about this time. You guys have been sitting, probably chatting for a few minutes. Bellion probably re-arrives, I'm assuming, back at the farmhouse. So Bellion, you come back. You could probably just walk in the door. I don't think they would expect you to.
Would knock first, obviously.
Main doors probably actually sit and open, and there's just like maybe a screen or something type.
Would knock,
Or even
but
just
then would
straight
come
open.
in. Like, it's not a problem. Yeah.
Right, but I think
Announce my presence.
Yeah, I think Alessa would just look at you through the screen. Like, honey, no one's getting up to let you in. You can just open the door.
Oh, wasn't waiting for that. Just knocking, let them know that I'm there, then coming in.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, not startling them.
Okay. All right, so you re-enter the scene, and everybody has finished. There's no food left on the table. What's next? Like, what do you guys do or say or?
What time is it?
I'm thinking probably maybe 7. 7:30. This is not, again, typical farmhouse. They don't eat super late. Like you eat early.
It's also early to bed, early to rise.
Exactly.
I think Valem wants to go to Beth, and I know there's a lot of people in the house, but try to pull her to the side where they can kind of talk alone.
Okay, so yeah, you guys kind of hang out around the table for a little while, and then everyone sort of, Marcus kind of gets up first, and of course he, begins taking dishes into the kitchen. Um, and Alessa kind of looks at you, Elizabeth, with Kayvon, and Kayvon just looks at you and kind of smiles. He said, "It's all right, sis. I'll take care of it tonight." And like he begins to collect all the plates and dishes, and he's sort of basically telling you, stay here, hang out with your friends, and your mother, father, and Kayvon all go into the kitchen, and you can hear them starting to like clean up dishes.
And I'll give him a small nod of thanks before I'm assuming Valem catches my eye.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Valem, what are you doing?
Just to, and again, just kind of pull her aside. So Beth, I had a talk with your father outside, and obviously I know we're concerned just based on what have happened to mine and Celinda's family. Your father seemed pretty genuine. Nothing's happening here. Um, the workplace where your brother's at, there did seem to be some suspicious activity, but what did you want to do? How
I'm
long?
thinking. Well, I mean, we're here for the day, for the night. In the morning, I was thinking to go see Lady Daggerford, and just kind of give her the heads up. It looks like they've already got the heightened security, but as a local, I'm kind of hoping either her or whoever we get to, will just like be willing to hear it. And if they say they've got it under control and everything's okay, it looks like everything is. Giants.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to skate out of here without seeking, every option because, as we're well aware, they were trying to hide it in Waterdeep. They were trying to hide it in Baldur's Gate. Uh, so I'm not very deceptive. I'm not very sneaky, but if you think we might need to spend more time where your brother's working, or if you think that maybe probing at him more might bring forth some more answers.
He's not stupid. Um, but I'm I don't know, because I mean this job means a lot to him,
Mm-hmm.
and I really would like to think that if he's in over his head or realizes he's in over his head, he knows where to go now. I mean, he's met you and he's met everybody. So
Well, the other thing is, if he feels that this group has brought him in and they've given him purpose, he's not going to be inclined to, I wouldn't say narc on them, but say that they're going through some unscrupulous business practices.
right, and
Is
I'll
that
talk
is
to
that
him.
the type of person you think he is? Do you think that he'd be more inclined to just follow a purpose?
This job is a lot more of a big deal than I thought it was, just judging by what we saw today. I'll talk to him privately, away from all this in the morning, and see if I can just. I'll see what he says. A different situation, not pulling him away from work. Um, Hopefully, he'll be in a better mindset in the morning.
Okay.
Thanks, Valen.
All right. Good talk.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys finish up. Alton brings in his scones and butter, and the Volkov family kind of sits back down, and I think you know there's a moment where Marcus isn't real sure what he's looking at with these cones. Kind of an odd shape. maybe smell a little funny. And he kind of begins poking it with his fork, and Alessa gives him that look like, don't be rude. And I think he just kind of picks it up with his hand and kind of sniffs it and puts it in his mouth and takes a bite. He looks up at you, Alton, and he's kind of chewing, smiles at you, finally like swallows the scone, says, "Oh, hell, that's just it's kind of a sweet biscuit. You don't mind?
That's what a scone is.
I would love to get you that recipe, or get that recipe from you. I'm sure Alessa there," and she like elbows him in the ribs. He's like, "Well, maybe later, huh?"
Absolutely, I have no problem sharing. My mother would be thrilled you like them.
I think
already
you
shared
should
the
trade it
recipe.
for that cornbread recipe, though.
Now
That'd be
that's
good
an
on the
idea,
road.
because that was exceptional.
Yeah, and Alessa kind of looks up at Marcus, and he kind of blushes. She's like, she crosses her arms at you. That recipe's been handed down. I was gonna teach my daughter it one day, never got around to it.
Your daughter burns everything she tries to cook, unless it's
And I
stew in a
understand
pot.
she can't even cook
It's
it.
true. She does. She burns it all.
Burned eggs.
She just shakes her head and looks you out, and she says, "Well, I have to pass it down to somebody, and I guess a close friend of my daughter's would have to do. I guess we
I
can
appreciate
trade."
your trust.
Yeah, and she gives you a little smile. Yeah,
I don't see why you can't pass it down to one of your sons.
and like
Because if they cook anything like like Beth, then there's no point.
yeah, and I think Kayvon kind of chokes on nothing, and Alessa looks over at Kayvon and smiles and kind of like pats him on the arm. And she looks at you, Sil. She says, "Oh, honey, you think Elizabeth's bad in the kitchen? Well," and Kayvon like actually starts to blush a little bit. She said, "We almost lost our house to him a few years back," and he just
He
looks
is
at her,
adorable when he blushes.
and he looks back at her, and he's like, "Mom." Like, no, that's not what he says. He says, "Mother." She's like, "Oh, honey, it's fine. They're friends. Calm down." And he just like looks away, like he doesn't want to make eye contact with anybody. She kind of smiles, um, and yeah, she looks back at you, Alton. And she's like, "Yeah, this mighty fine scones."
Don't
I'm
feel
glad
bad,
you agree.
Kayvon. I almost set my bedroom on fire once.
You almost set the kitchen on fire the first time you tried to help me make these.
True.
And Kayvon just kind of looks and cocks an eye at you. Like, I think, Selena, you can read that Kayvon, I'm not saying he doesn't like you. He doesn't understand you at all. And so he's having kind of trouble in that regard. Yeah, so you guys all finish up. You finish your scones. What's next?
I ask Alessa to show me where she makes the moonshine. Check out the stills.
I want some moonshine. Tell her how she makes it.
And
I really shouldn't have mentioned the moonshine. Sorry, Ma.
And she just looks at you and smiles. It's okay. I suppose they've earned my trust at this point. And she's like, "All right, well, it's your funeral." And she like gestures for you to follow her, Reginald.
I will.
Yeah, and she kind of begins to head for the stairs. And then you see that she like around the side. It appears that there is kind of a smaller like door, and it's close to like the corner wall of the house. She said it's a little tight under there, but I think you can make it. And she kind of smiles and winks at you.
That's what she said.
And she opens this little like trap door, and she kind of heads down. There's just a couple steps. It's not like a staircase by any stretch, and it's basically a crawl space under the house. It looks like it's been cleaned down here. There's like something on the ground, so that it's not just dirt. And you can smell it as soon as she opens the trap door. There's something. It smells very acidic coming from down here. And she looks back at you. She said, "You get used to the smell." And she kind of leads you down there. And Celinda, I assume you're following behind.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's hoping more for some samples than.
Yeah. Well, right now she's just showing like how she makes it and everything, and she takes you down there, and you kind of have to crouch underneath in the crawl space. Excuse me. And she shows you she has a still, and it looks like it's basically being held together by duct tape, like very much farm handiwork. Loose pipes, adhesives that she's used to kind of hold the thing together. It looks quite old, like she's made repairs to it on the regular. Um, and she kind of gives you a show about how the still works and each step of the process. She says this batch isn't going to be ready for a couple weeks yet, but soon. She said, "Is that good enough for you, sir?" Looking at you, Reginald.
Yeah, I'm just looking over. Oh, it's quite an impressive setup you have for being way out here.
She said, "Well, you got to do what you got to do. Work with what the gods give you."
Well, we know what to get her for Christmas.
Yeah, she says, "Well, we've seen the still. Would you care for a taste?"
Yes.
And she looks at you, Syl, and she kind of like shakes her head again. She said, "Honey, you're over eager. Just want to maybe temper those expectations a bit, assuming you'll remember tomorrow." And she kind of, leads you guys back out and back up into the kitchen. While this is happening, I think Elizabeth, Elizabeth, Kayvon kind of finds you. All the dishes are cleaned, everyone's sort of settling in. Kayvon kind of finds you separately. He says, "I should apologize for my demeanor earlier. It's unlike me. It's very strange for you to blow into town like that. And, well, I don't really want to talk about it, but I was asked to send a message to you and maybe your friends. I don't know. Runa was here earlier. Runa Hardcheese.
Who?
Up
Oh. Wait. That's, is that who I think it is? Let me check my notes.
Yeah, that's cousin of somebody.
Mother? No.
Or-
Is she related to Lily?
Oh, that Lily.
To give her a message, weren't we?
and
I sent that via courier.
you did. And Kayvon says, "Well, I don't know about that, but she just said they're having some trouble, and I guess you're kind of, well, your friends are often hired to do." And he kind of shrugs, like he's not sure if this is the proper language to use. He said, "Odd jobs," and I guess they're looking for help, maybe. Just while you're in town, you're not obligated, of course, but it would be appreciated. You know that they're a family that goes way back in Hardcheese, friends of the family and all, but just wanted me to pass a message.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that's fine. Thank you. Thanks for telling me. And again, I'm sorry too. I kind of blew things out of proportion. If your boss gives you any trouble, though, you know who to call, right? And she's saying it playfully.
Right, yeah. And for a second, he doesn't pick up on it. But then he
And
realizes.
she does that.
Yeah, it kind of dawns on him like, okay, she's just playing. He's like, "Yes, sister, I'm sure I'll be fine. Thank you."
Uh-huh. If he tries to have you skim any numbers, you better tell him no. I'm not gonna have to break you out of jail like I gotta break these guys out of jail, right?
And he said, and he's getting a little exasperated. He's like, "Yes, Elizabeth."
I'm gonna poke him in the ribs.
Yeah, and it kind of tickles him. He obviously like jerks his whole body to try to push your finger away. It's like, okay, I understand.
Lighten up. I'm gonna do it again.
And he just like, it's like, "All right, enough, please. This is not appropriate behavior for children of our age."
But that's just it. We're still children, aren't we? Poke, poke, poke.
He's like trying to fight you off, and he's trying not to laugh. He's like, "Oh, all right, enough. I have an early day tomorrow, if it's all right with you."
How early?
Early. I like to wake up early.
We all do. I just want to see you off without interrupting your work this time. Is that wrong too?
And he kind of pauses. He says, You were only staying for a day?
We don't know how long we're staying. There's a thing with giants going on that we have to look into, too.
He nods. Yes, I've heard. It's quite dangerous business, that.
Now you know why I run with such a wide range of people.
He kind of cocks an eyebrow. Yes, wide a range. Yes, of course. And he kind of like looks at you as if, will you give him permission to leave, basically?
Not until you tell me what time. Are we talking crack of dawn or before?
I try to rise with the sun.
Awesome, I'll have Valem wake me up. And I'm gonna give him a quick hug.
Yeah, and he like at first like it's awkward. He doesn't want to like embrace you fully, but then he kind of like leans into you a little bit and like awkwardly pats your back. Like he's not sure how to give a hug to a sister, like an adult sister. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So he finds his way off. What are the rest of you doing? Aside from Celinda and Reginald getting drunk in the kitchen.
Probably going outside to get ready to set up, camp. Because I'm assuming there's not much room in that place.
Yeah, I mean there's space.
There's probably a small room in the back on the first floor that looks like maybe two of us squeezed in there, and then upstairs there's like a separate kind of thing, but it's one big room that's just separated.
Yeah, like two of you are sleeping on couches tonight. Like that's happening.
I'm hooking up the tent for anyone who wants.
We have a tent?
I can make a dome.
His Liamon's tiny
A
hut.
dome of awesomeness, yeah.
I'm so sleepy in the hut. I'm
the
fascinated with
thing
that
he sleeps naked in with that wolf skin.
Wait,
He doesn't sleep naked. He only came out naked because you guys were loud and annoying.
I wasn't loud and annoying. I was naked and I tripped over the curtain.
It was that crazy woman at the door. Yeah, he'll let people in. He's getting ready to sleep.
Okay. Celenda, Reginald, are you partaking, both of you, or are you partaking of the moonshine?
Yes.
Con saves.
Con saves.
Sir.
A friend of ours makes this awesome apple cinnamon spice moonshine.
I am good at con saves.
So yeah, you take one shot, both of you. It still burns going down all the way down.
Woo!
You can't. I mean, you can't even smell it. Like initially, like it begins to burn your nostrils, so you just want to drink it as fast as possible to get it down. It might as well be lava. It does have a taste. You might faintly taste, I don't know, like maybe a little cinnamon. Mostly just smells like corn.
It's aftershock, isn't it?
It's bad news. But both of you, get it down, and of course, Alessa's taking shots with you, and she kind of waits for the two of you to do it and sees you kind of coughing and like, but mostly you're fine. And she kind of looks at the two of you, nods her head. Well, did better than I thought you did. She said, "Well done." And she offers to take the glasses from you, and she looks at you, Reggie. She says, "Something you think you'd be cooking up anytime soon?"
No, but it's given me some ideas to strengthen my own brandy.
She's like, dangerous territory, that, but more power to you. And she looks at you when you say that, Syl. You think that's a good idea? Hello? Oh, Gwen was muted.
I said yes.
Okay, yeah, so she kind of hands you your glass back and pours you another glass. Bottoms up, babe. Another Constitution saving throw. Nice.
Oh, yeah!
Yeah, this one's easier because you can't really feel it going down because most of the inside of your throat's already, burning. So it's definitely no worse than the first one.
So it's just like, I had alcohol from a dwarf that melted the glass. This is nothing.
She looks at you and she says, I wouldn't want to drink anything where it melted the glass, but to each their own, I guess, them being dwarves and all.
Sick for 3 days afterwards, but...
Yeah, she looks at you and offers the glass. She's like, any more?
No, 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 no.
All right. Well, I'd say I'll see you first thing in the morning, but I mean, one of those can help you sleep. Two is gives you some nice dreams, but three is a little much even for me. She
What
smiles.
kind of nice dreams?
Well, so you've already had two, right? So two is nice dreams. Three is something even she. So
What kind of nice
and
dreams?
she looks at you and she blushes. She says, "Honey, that's that's a private affair, I think."
Oh, aw, come on.
And she
I'm
kind
not
of
your daughter.
and
You can give me
she
details.
begins screwing the bottle back. She's like, "Well, you know, farm life, early to bed and all. You
I actually don't.
well, you'll find out. I'm gonna be heading to bed soon. If you need anything, I laid out some blankets and pillows. None of them are terribly comfortable, but I think they'll do you until the morning. You folks need anything else?"
I've got him covered, Ma.
Not in
She's
the least. Your hospitality is amazing.
she
It's
smiles
quite
at
kind
it.
of you to home.
She kind of smiles at you all. She said, "Well, it's been quite an evening. I'll see you first thing in the morning." And she turns around and heads up to bed. I'm assuming you all head to bed, unless there's something else you guys want to do.
I don't think so. Is Kayvon staying at the
Yeah, he's not walking all the way back to Daggerford at this hour.
Yeah, didn't think so. So yeah, Beth would crash obviously in the house.
Does Beth have like her own room?
The room well, she probably I'm trying to think. Would she have shared the bedroom with Kayvon downstairs?
No,
Or
you're. I mean, you're
no?
the only female, so
Yeah,
you would have had your own room, but it would be tiny and it would have like a very small twin size bed for you.
yeah. So there's like a twin side bed and like this dresser, and essentially the dresser is pressed up against the wall. You can't open the bottom shelf without moving the bed against the wall, and then like the path changes from being between the wall and the bed, and then between the dresser and the bed.
She's what? Beth,
What?
we can't cuddle in that bed. It's
You're
too small.
I thought you'd stay out in the dome with Bellion.
No, I'm not gonna sleep with the belly in.
I didn't mean that. There's a couch. I mean,
But
I'm
I
going.
like to sleep naked. I don't want to sleep naked on the couch.
Beth just kind of blinks at her. Are you trying to make this awkward?
Yes.
Right. I think I'm getting used to it. Fine. You take the bed, I'll take the couch. That way
I'm
you have a door.
just joking, Beth. I'm just joking.
Sure. Just close the door, because I don't know what would happen if Kayvon saw.
I was just joking, Beth. I'll take couch.
Mm-hmm. And Beth will like
I
crawl into the
think-
bed.
I think your brother would probably have a heart attack. And she closes the door and goes downstairs.
Okay. So you guys all head to bed, right? No, is anyone else doing anything before long rest?
More or less calling Slater and letting him know he can come into the house and rest too. He doesn't have to stay outside.
Okay. Yeah, he does. He kind of hangs out. He comes back to you. He's like, "Some pretty great hiking out here, man. I'm just letting you know. Like, it's pretty groovy stuff. I really appreciate you bringing me out here."
My pleasure, man.
Awesome.
Rest well.
Yeah, cool. All right. And he goes and like lays up in the rafters or whatever. And so you guys are all going to bed down for a long rest, and we will take our first break, or our only break. So we'll meet back here at 10 after. Why don't we say 20 after, just for simplicity's sake?
Okay.
Cool.
All right.
All right. I'll see you back here in 10.
You logged in a couple of places, including saving throw.
I'm so confused on when we actually went from being just a private for Sean's like curiosity practice thing to actually streaming.
All right, we're
2 weeks
back.
ago.
I think that happened last week.
Back. Did you have fun in your private chat
Yeah,
all by
that was
yourself?
just so that it wouldn't pick up any of you guys talking up in that other channel. So
There is a way to mute us all.
yeah, I'm sure, but for the time being, that felt easier, so that's what I did.
Then you missed all of our chat.
I did, and I'm sorry about that. So we're back. Cool. So you guys all take your long rest in the farmhouse outside of Daggerford. Uh, Obviously, being a farmhouse, everyone in this house is early to rise. Marcus, Alessa, even Kayvon, they're very accustomed to waking up early. So I think Valem, usually you're the first one up, but I think in this household, Marcus actually is awake before you. He's probably in the kitchen preparing something, for breakfast. And Alessa is moving around and helping him to get ready for a long day of work. Yeah, so Kayvon probably gets a bite to eat with them, and Valem, I'm assuming you wake up Elizabeth as she requested.
I do indeed.
Okay. So Valem, excuse me. Valem and Elizabeth, you guys are wake up, and Elizabeth, you find your family in the kitchen preparing for a long day of work. What do you do?
I'm already kind of like waking up when Valem comes in, and then give him a wave of thanks before kind of hopping out and just my casual clothes. I'm not in my armor and stuff. And I'll do the pleasantries morning, but like it's very obvious to them that I am no longer the morning person I was raised as.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still a little rough. I'm just like, morning.
Yeah, and your mother kind of looks at you, and she very gingerly pinches you as if to help you wake up, and she is I don't want to say disappointed, but like she recognizes that you're not waking up like everyone else. So she kind of pinches you a little bit, and they've made some eggs and maybe a little bit of sausage for breakfast.
I'm gonna go I'm assuming Kayvon's already sitting eating.
Yeah, he's already getting ready to head back. He's eating, but he's not long. He's gonna start setting up to go back to Daggerford for the day.
Yeah, and I'm gonna kind of go I'm gonna wrap my arms around his shoulders, and I go I'm gonna mess his hair, but then I stop myself, realizing he's already ready to go to work, and just kind of give him that little sisterly nudge. Let me walk you out of town.
Yeah, and he looks at you and just kind of shrugs, like he's obviously not going to fight you on that.
Yeah, and she'll just grab a small plate,
Okay. So the two of you, you and your family kind of sit down to breakfast, probably for the first time in quite a while. I mean, Hunter's the only real person missing here. So you guys take some time and eat. Valem, it's safe to assume you're going out to pray?
Yeah, as soon as I wake up Elizabeth, I'm going to go outside. Get set up.
Cool. All right, so you spend the day going out to, or spend the morning rather going out to pray. Yeah, your family eats pretty quick. I mean, morning is more a time for, this isn't, they're not rushing through the meal by any stretch. They're enjoying breakfast, enjoying each other's company, before the long day.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kayvon begins to stretch and get up, and he kind of goes over and puts his dishes in the sink and starts to clean a little bit. And your mother kind of goes over and pats him on the arm and gives him a smile, and without saying as much, indicates that she'll take care of the dishes, and if he wants to head back into town. He gives her a gentle kiss on the cheek, and your father gives him kind of a pat on the back, and he looks at you. Excuse me, Elizabeth. He looks at you. He says, doesn't say anything. He just kind of nods at the door as if to say, you ready to go?
Yeah, and I'll set my plate aside and just kind of, touch my mom's arm, and I'm just going to walk him out of town. I'll be back. I'm going to finish that. Nobody touches it. Dad, it's mine. I'm coming back for it.
And he kind of looks at you and gives you a smile. He says, "Oh, honey, come on now. You got to know better than that."
Yeah, it was worth a shot.
I call dibs.
Oh, great. And I'm just going to follow after Kayvon without holding him up.
Okay, so the two of you
I think
begin.
I wake up before Celinda and make it to the food because she had 2 shots. I only had 1.
That's true, actually. Yeah, yeah,
In her sleep, I called dibs.
yeah. Selena, you wake up feeling. I'm not sure if this is something anyone else has ever felt before. Like you should be hungover given how much you drank, but you're not.
I know that feeling.
Yeah, you should feel wildly sick, but you're not. You do kind of. I think there's probably a scene where as you're waking up and getting ready to stretch, you begin to burp, and you definitely burp up some fire. First thing
Well,
in the
that
morning.
was different. Normally, it's ice.
Yeah. But yeah, so you wake up, but Reginald does beat you to the table because yeah, you had a little more to drink, so it's going to take you a little bit longer to get up and wake up for the day.
Reginald, have you lost all of your manners?
What
You know,
is-
ladies
This
first.
plate was just sitting here. You were asleep.
I called dibs.
When?
I know you heard me.
What? What was
Celinda,
that?
there are no dibs in a farmhouse. It's first come, first served, dear. Just
Mm.
because you don't know the manners here doesn't mean the rest of us don't.
Besides, I'm hard of hearing, or old. I have selective hearing.
Okay. So yeah, there's enough food for all of you. Definitely not the feast you had last night, and it starts to run dry a bit sooner. But yeah, you guys can all get up and help yourself to some food. As that's happening, Elizabeth, what is the scene walking out with Kayvon?
So I'm going to we're away from the house a bit, just kind of quietly, companionably walking, maybe a little awkward. And she's going to kind of start fussing with her hair, like thinking it's way down by her belly button where it used to be, and then realizing she has to kind of pull it by the collarbone. Kay, I know we said apologies and things like that. I'm going to go talk to the Heart Jesus today while we're in Daggerford. But I do want you to know I am very serious that if you're feeling trapped or if you're feeling like you're getting into a situation that you're uncomfortable with, I can help you and not just getting you out of trouble. If you feel like you're getting into it, I'm not saying you are. I don't know your boss. I just want you to know very earnestly that I care about you. And this isn't your only option. You know, we've made friends. I've made friends. And I will help you however I can. Please don't feel like this is your only way into what you want. I know what you want. I respect what you want. I know it's not my thing. It's not Hunter's thing. We can get you there. Just don't feel like this is your only choice. All right? So if you feel trapped, if you feel like trouble's brewing, if you're uncomfortable with what you're doing, who you're working for, don't be afraid to step away.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna stop and kind of give him one of those like desperate sister, please understand what I'm meaning, not what I'm like actually saying kind of things.
Yeah. I think he looks at you like he wants to start a fight, but realizes that it's not worth it. And just kind of gives in to you and says, "All right, sister. I know you're concerned about me and that this is coming from a place of concern. I appreciate that. It's important to me that you know that I'll be fine, but I understand that you're going to do what you're going to do. So I thank you for your concern. It's unwarranted, but all the same, thank you."
And she's gonna nod and seem very relieved, like it'll be visible, despite the distance between them. Recently, just okay, he knows what I was trying to say. He gets it, And she's gonna let go of the hug, give him that kind of pat on the shoulder, and turn back towards the farmhouse.
Okay. Yeah, and he will continue his morning walk back into Daggerford.
While on the way back, I do want to do a perception check.
What are you trying to perceive?
I just want to see who's out, who's about. Is it the usual people? Are there people on the road around us that maybe don't belong? You know, people who are lingering, I guess, in what Beth recalls as the early morning kind of hustle and bustle of the farm community.
Sure. Okay. Make a perception check. Yeah. So what you're seeing appears to be what you expect to see at this time of day in farm country. Some of the local farmers are starting to, pick up their tools and head out into the fields. Um, you're seeing some people letting you know, getting the animals ready to go. I mean, there might be like a cow farm. I'm sure there's a better word for that, but I'm blanking on it. Uh, and
Pastures.
pastures. Thank you. And there, some of the animals are beginning to roam and wake for the day, and you do see a couple farmers who are, beginning to make their rounds, but you don't see anything out of the ordinary. Nothing that you don't expect to see.
Okay, I'll just head inside.
Okay. So I imagine by this point, the food is all gone. There's no food left on the table. Bellion, are you still in your hut, or have you woken as well?
Oh yeah, hanging out in the hut, keeping it. I'm not getting up early if I don't have to.
Yeah, and I do think also when Elizabeth, when you're passing the hut to go back in the house, because I assume it's in a place where, it's outside the house where everyone else could pass it if they wanted to.
It's in the front yard, yeah.
Yeah, I think Elizabeth, you do perceive something kind of interesting, not so much concerning farmland, but farmhouses have cats, right? Because you need someone to clean up the mice.
Yep.
And in this case, you do see that there appear to be there's one cat that's sitting on the roof of a nearby house, and it looks like it's just sort of staring at this hut. And off to the side, you kind of start to hear a meowing sound, and on the roof of your parents' house, there's another cat, and it's staring down at the hut.
Can I do a nature check to see if this is at all normal? Or a history check or intelligence check to see if I would recognize this as normal for the area?
I mean, I think it's up to you how you want to do it. I think a nature check would be about how cats generally act. If you wanted to, roll history about what you've seen cats do in the area, you could do that as well.
I'm gonna go with the nature just because.
You're better at it?
Yeah. That. Apparently not.
Yeah, I mean, cats sometimes act kind of weird.
I'm gonna kind of kick the dome. Hey, Bellion, were you
Her foot
harassing the
goes through
cats?
Her foot goes through it. Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
right through it. Just also just kick. Whoa! What?
I'm good.
What?
I'm good.
What? What
Were
do you
you
want?
harassing the cats?
No. What do you mean? What?
They're all
Why are you getting me up?
There's cats looking at you all over the.
Again? This is how I got to Marcus the last time.
Yeah, well, they're the rat cats, the rat pack cats. Oh,
That's
was
a good
bad.
name. That's a good one. I'll remember that. If I have a traveling band of minstrels who are cats.
Don't antagonize the cats. Let them do their job.
Then it
I'm
is-
gonna go back
Like I said,
inside.
This is how I got to Marcus. They were all climbing all over my dome. It was interesting. It's weird. Good luck.
And I'm gonna go inside and look for my plate.
it's gone. There is no food left in the house.
And I'm gonna look at my father.
And yeah, as you
Actually-
look at him, he's chewing and swallowing the last piece of the breakfast, and he almost chokes as soon as you give him that look. And he mumbles with a bunch of food in his mouth. Back to work, and he just starts heading for the back door to go out to the barns.
It was
And I'm-
Reginald.
And I'm gonna turn on my heels towards Reggie. You
Hi,
adapted
Beth.
well to farm life.
Well, it's been a while, but I've spent my time in a farm before.
I'm gonna look at my mother, look back at Reginald, look at the other people gathered, and just shake my head like, nope, I'm not getting into this conversation because I'm gonna get pinched.
Yeah, and your mother's looking at you very obviously like you should have expected this. Like why you thought, you know, leaving your food behind in a farmhouse was a good idea is beyond her.
Yeah, and it's obvious that Beth's doing this all good naturedly, and she's gonna pull out some trail mix.
Yeah, and I think Alton, you kind of feel as Slater kind of like begins to shift as she begins like pulling out the trail mix. Farm food is too heavy for this imp, obviously. So
Oh yeah,
something to consider.
I put a little bit out from the stuff that I bought before we left to say, "Here's your breakfast, you lazy imp."
Like lazy man, what? It's all right.
It's
You're
good
not.
naturedly with a smirk.
Yeah, he's like,
Oh, is he back?
Yeah.
Beth, hearing you say this, or do you do it telepathically?
Oh no, I'm saying this out loud. He's up in
Oh.
the rafters.
Johnson Farm is 3 houses down. They've usually got some good dried berry stocks. Just saying, if somebody happened to, misplace a bag or two, they go really well in trail mix.
Are you telling him to steal from your neighbors, Beth?
I'm not telling anybody to do anything. I'm just mentioning that the Johnson Farm has some good dried berries.
Do you have a grudge against the Johnsons?
You mean the boys who might have, encouraged Hunter to kick me out of that tree when I couldn't get down?
Oh, perhaps we should go visit them.
They're probably already out in the fields at this point.
Even better, they won't be paying attention.
You just want to see them shirtless.
Well, maybe. You do grow your farm boys up here pretty nicely.
I don't grow anything.
not unless Asher's concerned. Anyway, so all right, so you guys are all up in the house. I mean, maybe with the accepting Bellion. I don't know. What's next?
Oh, I'm throwing things at the cat by now. Just getting him to go away from inside the dome.
Yeah, and I think the cats are just they do sort of back away as you're trying to throw stuff at them, but they don't like they might go to the roof of the house to get further away or to hide on the other side, but you still feel their eyes on you.
Fucking goddamn cats. Yeah, they're just gonna mess with the cats. Someone told me not to mess with them. I'm messing with them.
Okay. Yeah, so what's going on inside the house? You guys are all awake?
Is the Tressum still with us?
No.
Didn't think so.
Yeah.
Good job, Bellion.
Tressum's still back at the spires.
I gave them to you. After that, it was all on you to keep them.
He wasn't mine.
He wasn't mine technically either.
I guess. Are we going to the Daggerford keep?
Is Valem back from prayer?
I'd like to think that I am.
Yeah, he's. I mean, that's like I said, you're all there.
Oh, okay. So yeah, Beth would, say goodbye to Mom and, just, it'd be awkward. She wouldn't really know how to say goodbye because she's not sure if she's coming back. Like tonight, and she can't say that really without it coming out wrong.
Why wouldn't we come back tonight?
Well, I mean, if everything's fine, there's the giants.
We can spend one more day in town, Beth. It's not going to kill anything.
Or it might kill everything.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna kind of give her a look.
Here.
We'll come back tonight. At least one more night and do a proper goodbye in the morning once we know what we're doing.
Okay. Your mom, she doesn't want to show that she's not pleased. Like she would rather you stayed for a week or better. But yeah, the longer she can keep you, the happier she is. So yeah, she's not going to fight you. I think.
There's one thing that we should.
Go ahead.
If Andros is here, he can turn into other people. How are we going to combat that?
We're gonna have to hope that he sees something worth coming after. That's within our control. They went after Valem. I'm hoping they come after me. Okay, I'm putting that out there.
Maybe I could just walk around town and try and draw him that way.
First, let's go see what Lady Daggerford says about the current situation. I mean, we've seen an increased guard, so
Yeah.
let's not jump too many conclusions. I already did that once.
I hope we all keep in mind that Andros can be anybody. So
Okay.
anybody acts
Yeah.
weird.
So you guys are having this conversation as you're walking back to Daggerford, I assume.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, they came. I'll mention to them. No one's seen them as far as I know. The constable hadn't seen either of them, just so you know.
Yeah, but he can also do the same thing that I can do, basically. So
I know, but that doesn't mean he would walk around like that all of the time.
Bellion, no offense, but my father's right. It's Daggerford. It's kind of small farm town. You're not exactly from around here. I wouldn't be surprised if the constable just told you something to get rid of you.
Have you seen Andros? He's just as weird.
are you saying that I'm weird too?
Yes, I am.
It's not that. Andros doesn't have to look like Andros.
Exactly. I don't have to look like this either.
Again, jumping to conclusions, we'll see what Lady Daggerford has to say.
I didn't say he wasn't here. I just said they hadn't seen him in that face.
Just keep an eye on anybody that acts weird. We're gonna really need you, Beth.
Like her brother.
Me?
I don't think her brother's acting weird. I think he is just weird.
He is just weird. Believe me.
I mean, he's that kind of cute, bookish weird, though.
You know, if you have a suspicion, it is easy to find out if they actually are.
So wait, am I gonna marry a noble and you're gonna marry the farm boy? Isn't that a little backwards? Smirk. And she just kind of smirks.
I mean, I can appreciate how cute a guy is, right?
It's my brother. I don't see him as cute as all.
Well, he's got that cute blonde hair and I can appreciate him, okay?
Whatever you say. See, I've always seen you as the tall, dark, and dangerous type.
I mean, white-haired, so not really.
Darker skin, though.
I do like the dark skin.
All right. So you guys are having this conversation as you walk back to Daggerford. It's obviously very early in the morning as you're walking along, through the farmland back to Daggerford. You're, seeing all the farmers coming out, and you get a couple people just, very kindly waving at you, greeting you for the morning, and you're seeing the cows begin to roam the pastures. Your father's bringing the horses out, and he gives you a big wave goodbye as you're heading back into the city. Yeah, so you all make your way and march back into Daggerford. Daggerford is by no means like Waterdeep. This is not a place where you have to watch to make sure you're going to get run over by a wagon. So yeah, the streets. I mean, people are coming and going, but they'll greet you good morning. I think Elizabeth, you probably get some people that are lingering on you, probably because they recognize you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Folk hero background, shishing.
Yeah, but nobody approaches you. At least not yet. Where are you going? What are you doing?
Assuming Beth wouldn't know otherwise, probably to the constable's office to see if they can get an audience with Lady Daggerford.
I'm a noble. I could try.
And I'm a local. Before we try and play that card, I'd like to see how far that gets us. This gets us first.
Okay.
All right.
Tell the lazy bastard that he's lazy, by the way. He is really lazy. You could tell. That damn constable. Just mentioning. He was very lazy.
Mention it here, not in
That's why
there.
I'm saying it now, and I'm not going in. I might have told him that they're my friends, so you know.
Oh, joy. You seem to be putting yourself in their company easily.
What?
You tried to make a deal with Aldo to join the organization, and now you're their friends?
Can we not bring doubt into this group right now? I really would appreciate that because this time my family's involved.
I
And
know. I'm just pointing it out.
Okay.
yeah.
So yeah, you guys head back, and Elizabeth, you have a good idea about where the constable's office is. It hasn't moved your entire life. Um, so yeah, you walk into the constable's office, and it's much as I described before. And that same man is actually sitting at the desk, and I think he's probably like playing with what looks like a puzzle or like a child's toy or something to that effect on the desk. As you enter, he just kind of looks up at you, nods.
Do I recognize him?
Yeah, I mean, this is Corbin. Corbin is
Okay.
the constable. I mean, he has been for 15, 20 years.
Okay. Hi, Corbin.
Hey.
That's what I was thinking too. I'm thinking Barney just kicked back with his feet up.
Yep.
Miss Volkov. It's been quite some time. How are you doing? Would you like to have a seat? He like stands up to like pull a chair out for you.
I'm good, actually. I actually was hoping you could do me a favor.
Oh, I could do you a favor. Absolutely, I could do you a favor. Sure.
I was hoping to see or speak with Lady Daggerford if she's available.
And his face drops a little bit. He's like, "Oh well, I would really appreciate the opportunity to help you out, Miss, but unfortunately, that's something I'm not going to be able to do for you."
Is she okay?
Oh, she's fine. Yeah. We just got told she's not really taking visitors of late. Don't know if she's maybe under the weather.
Insight. Does he know more than he's letting on?
He has no idea. All he knows is that she's not taking visitors.
Okay, so who would I deal with instead of her? You, or is there somebody else that's kind of...
Well, I would of course appreciate you dealing with me. And he like blushes a little bit. I think it's plain to everyone here that he's attracted to you. Um, but what is it you need?
Well, we saw the enhanced security around, and I came to kind of check in on my family and whatnot. Been running around, and giant words out everywhere. So I just wanted to make sure that everything here is as it should, or if you guys need any help. I mean, my friends and I can lend an extra hand for a bit if you
Well,
need some extra muscle.
oh no, no, no. I wouldn't deem to let you get dirty in our defense. But no, the extra guard is they were offered to us by Mr. Daniker. Actually, he's paying for them. It's just a precautionary measure. There's been a lot of stories about giants in the area and a lot of destruction. I had some family up in Golden Fields. I heard they got attacked.
Yeah,
It's very
right.
generous of this Mr. Daniker.
Yeah, it
He's
is.
the one who hired Kayvon. He's
Oh,
giving Kayvon his big break.
yeah, yeah. He offered some people some work. Hoping to run the inn and what have you. I mean, he's really stepped up. He's a good citizen. That one.
Yeah, he's. I don't remember is Daniker the first name, the family name? We've just known him as Daniker.
Oh, well, I prefer to call him Mr. Daniker. It's polite. But his first name is Nelkin. Nelkin Daniker.
I see. I know we've got the hard cheeses, but Daniker is not a halfling family name that I recognize. So maybe I've been gone too long. But he's doing an awful lot for a town. For the town, I mean, does he have reason to be worried, or is it just the giants? Did he bring up anything with that? And she's kind of doing that cutesy, like,
Yeah, you're
not
trying.
quite flirty, but
But so here's the thing. You're asking him a series of questions, excuse me, in rapid succession, and he's getting a little I don't want to like concerned, but not like hostile. He's just you're asking a lot of things, and he looks a little confused, honestly. And he says, "Well, no. If I might interrupt, well, you see, he's just a good citizen. He offered Lady Daggerford to some assistance in that regard, and she, I guess, was disinclined to refuse it. We're all of us trained, of course, as you know, being a citizen or nearby anyway, and it just thought might be a good idea to get extra help, and these folk that Mr. Daniker brought in seem well trained and disciplined. I don't really see any problem with it myself.
That no, that's again. It's just my brother's there, and he's doing so much good for the town. I just feel really bad that I know so little about him. I feel like I've lost some connection to home, and you know.
Well, yeah, I guess that's what happens when you leave. I mean, were you thinking about maybe coming back? And like, there's like an eagerness in his voice.
Yeah, actually. Once we finished our business, coming home was definitely on the agenda. I found out I'm not too good in the big cities. They drive me a little crazy.
Oh yeah, you and me both. I prefer the speed of our nice home here in Daggerford. Much quieter, and you can settle down with a family, have a couple kids.
And I'm just gonna give him that look of, that's not on my agenda.
Yeah, I don't think he picks up on it.
Yeah. It's that might not be quite what's in the cards. I'd probably end up working the fields with the boys. But yeah, no, I do plan on coming home. Maybe I'll take to the wall. But Corbin, thanks so much for your help. If I wanted to send Lady Daggerford flowers just as a token of my regard while I'm passing through, where would I send those?
Well, normally to the gates of the ducal keep, I guess, but I don't think she's much for flowers. I mean, unless you think, I mean, do girls really like flowers? I mean, never mind.
All right, Corbin, thanks so much. When I come home, I'll let you know, and I'll introduce you to my friends. All right.
Sure.
I mean, you're on duty now. That'd be inappropriate, and it's like 7 in the morning.
Right, of course. Yeah. Well, if you
And
need anything else, you do know where to find me. If you maybe need a spare bed for you or your friends while you're here, I know that house of yours ain't too big, but just an offer.
righto, Corbin. Good looking out. And I'm just gonna kind of turn awkwardly on my heels with a wave, like with that air of, I did not miss that.
Okay. All right, so you got some information. Is everyone else like just waiting outside? I'm guessing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Where to next? What's next on the agenda?
Well, I'm gonna let everybody know what he kind of just filled me in on quietly as we walk, and I want to head towards the Happy Cow Tavern.
That's what I thought.
We're still gonna try getting into the keep though, right?
We'll see. First, Kayvon told me about. Do you remember Orin?
Whoa. Golden Field.
Yeah. Well, family name's Hard Cheese, and
Families have such cute last names.
well,
Oh,
I guess
I knew you liked me.
somebody in his family reached out to Kayvon to get to us about some concerns they have. So I want to just swing into the Happy Cow quick and see what's up.
Okay.
Friend in there.
So that's
Fine by me.
Self.
okay. So that's where you're going to the Happy Cow.
Yes.
All right.
Assuming everybody's with me and not deciding to go off to East Bumblefuck on their own. As our parties want to do. Hi, Marcus.
What? That wasn't Marcus.
That was my cat.
Yeah.
Oh,
I said he was going to sit outside and make sure people aren't following.
Okay. So
Watch the person essentially.
so everyone save Bellion is going into the Happy Cow or no?
I'll go in.
I'm going for it.
All right, so Belly, and you're staying outside.
Is John
Keep 'em
muted? I
walking.
haven't heard him in a while.
I think I was. Yeah, I'm going in.
Okay. All right, so you guys head over to the Happy Cow, which coincidentally is not that far from the River Shining, but it's Building 15. That's the Happy Cow. Um, Obviously, quite a bit smaller. A little quarter inn. Definitely a very cozy inn. Elizabeth, I don't know if you've been here before. Maybe your mother brought you here when you were young.
Or if something happened at the other place and she wanted to keep me away from the trouble.
Maybe. Um, so yeah, so you guys walk in. It's pretty early in the morning. Few people here, a little bit of movement going on. You do see several halflings run around, and looks like they're like cleaning tables and just prepping for the day, what have you. It's still, maybe 8 o'clock in the morning. And a halfling woman, the cutest little halfling woman maybe you've ever seen, like kind of like blonde hair in youth, but it's starting to gray a little bit. Um, Sees all of you, and she's a little chubby around the middle, and she just kind of bolts over to all of you as you come into the inn, or into the tavern, excuse me. And she runs up, and she's trying to catch her breath a little bit, because even the little jog was a little too much exercise for her, and she kind of runs over. Whoa, well, oh my gosh, hi, good morning, everybody, hello, welcome, come in. And like, who goes in first?
I'd assume me because I know where I'm going.
Okay, I kind of assumed the same. She grabs you around grabs your hands, both of them, Elizabeth, and just starts like literally trying to pull you into the end. She's like, "Oh, honey, come here. Oh, your hands are kind of rough and calloused. I can help you with that. Come on, let's have a seat. Oh, you are so adorable. Please, come on, all of you." And she's like trying to beckon all of you to come in to the inn proper. And you do see a couple other halflings moving around cleaning, and they all sort of pause what they're doing to kind of look up and see all of you. And she's basically trying to drag you to a table, Elizabeth. She's like, "Hi, good. Yeah, aren't you just so? I love your hair. Oh my gosh! Come on, let's sit down. What can I do you for? Do you need some breakfast? Do you need rooms? What do you need?"
Um, Actually, I was hoping to talk to Runa. She reached out to my brother Kayvon about.
Oh yeah. Oh, Elizabeth, honey. I know. Of course I know. Just, sweetie, it's me, Lily. I mean, we met years ago. It's all right. You were just a babe then. You were smaller than I am now. She's like, "Come on, sit down. I know. We sent Runa after you. Come on, all of you. Come on, sit down, please, all of you. Can I get you something to eat, please? I got some fresh fruit. I got some ciders on tap. Whatever you need, you let me know."
Uh, I'm good. I just had breakfast at the farm. So, but thank you. Water,
Coffee?
Of course, sure. Water and coffee. I can bring you juice. Anybody, if you need anything, please let me know.
Coffee would be lovely.
Yeah, and
Or hot cocoa.
she like turns around, and a couple of the other halflings sort of just like scatter and disappear. And
Beth just kind of like runs her hands over her face. I don't know what I'm doing.
she just looks at you, Elizabeth, and she like pulls you into a chair, and she like pulls up a chair next to you and actually sits in it herself, and she's just like looking you over, very matronly, and she's like, you are so grown, honey. You are so beautiful." She's like reaching up to touch your face. She's like, "Oh my gosh, you and all your friends, welcome. I'm so pleased as punch to see all of you." She's like, I heard you were in town. I just had to see you."
I gathered that. I was just a little concerned. Seeing as I mean, Runa was out late last night going to get my brother, so I figured first thing this morning, don't want to be on the roads at night with giants roaming and what.
Right, of course, I understand. Sure. She's like, I just want to make you're all settled. You're all settled and comfortable. Is everybody comfortable? She's like looking at all of you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Oh, that's wonderful. And she looks at you out, and she's like, "Another halfling. Oh my gosh, we don't get a lot of us out here. You'll have to tell me all about your family, where you're from. I love your hair. Oh my gosh, I've tried to do something similar, but it just doesn't hold up at all."
Lily, what's this all about? Can you just ease some of my worry before we worry about hair. And she has this like weak tone of.
Oh, right. Well, I don't much like to talk about business. Let me grab my husband, okay? Just wait here, please. Just a moment, please. And like she like scampers off into the kitchen. And barely a moment later, she drags what you can reasonably assume is her husband out to face all of you. And he very calm and close. He appears to be doing some work in the kitchen. And they look to be about the same age, kind of similarly chubby around the middle. Um, and she rushes him out and pushes him forward. She says, "Elizabeth and company, of course. This is my husband, Coggin. Coggin. This is Elizabeth. You remember Elizabeth from when she was just a babe. I'm gonna go make sure that coffee's all right. All right." And she's like looking at all of you, and Coggin looks like nervous and like he wasn't expecting this in the fashion that is kind of presented itself. Um, and he like looks all up at you, all kind of nervously. Um, shuffling.
That's gonna try and offer a reassuring smile.
Yeah, he kind of shuffles his feet. Well,
Is it someplace else you'd rather talk?
no, I mean, and there's like no one else here. There's no other patrons here. He said, "No, it's all just family here. It's all right." You see, I have to beg forgiveness from you. We heard you were in town. I'm friends with Sven and all. Been neighbors for a long time, and he, mentioned to me that you were coming back. You had some friends with you that looked, well, capable, let's say. And he's kind of like
That they are.
looking at each of your friends in turn. Well, I don't know how much you know about our business here at the Happy Cow. I mean, tavern, of course. And we've been here a long time and love running the tavern, of course. But we do a bit of money lending on the side. It's honestly more where money comes from is the money lending business. And it's helped buy us this tavern and give us a place here in Daggerford. Kind of staples of the community, as it were. And well, in truth, you might have heard another man has entered Daggerford.
Now, can Danica?
Yeah, you met, huh?
Briefly.
Yeah. He seems like a nice fella, at least to most. Unfortunately, he's sort of cutting in on business, and I mean, we can get by on the tavern alone, but life ain't so good. And well, from what I'm told, a couple folk have ended up injured because of him. I don't mean to accuse; it's not my place. You see, how do I put this? Well, money lending is good business, and sometimes, unfortunately, you take a loss when people kind of cut and run. But most part, people we deal with, they're good folk. They just need something to help. I mean, hell, I think I lent your father some coin back in the day to fix the roof on the barn. He paid me back right quick, and not because I demanded it. Just your father's an honorable man, and pays
We
what
all
he owes.
have our moments. Yeah. And I'm gonna kind of look at Celinda. Yeah, I get it. We all have our moments where we need something extra.
Yeah, well, right.
Why are you looking at me like that?
You helped Beth out early on with money, I want to say.
Did I?
I think so.
Remember. Doesn't even remember.
I don't
Anyway.
remember either. He says, right, well, thing is, I'm led to understand that he's lending money as well. Obviously cutting into business, but when people aren't able to pay up, they end up kind of hurt, and
Sure.
I just want you to know that this isn't just about our business. I mean, these are good folk living in Daggerford, our neighbors, kin and kith alike, and I just thought maybe you and your friends could talk to him. I don't want no violence. I don't want any of that.
Mr. Hardcheese,
Oh no, Coggin, please.
Coggin, I have to have a conversation with him anyway. About some other concerns I have. So, I want you to know that I'm aware that he is a new presence, and there's a lot of changes, it seems, since his citizenship, I guess. I'm going to look into it, and
I do
I'm going to do what
appreciate
I
it, and
can.
and I just want you to know I, I do appreciate everything you could do, and I'm not asking much. Again, I don't want to put you in our affairs. It's really not my type to do such a thing, but
And if I
I'm out of my depth
find
here.
and if I find that it's legitimate and whatever injuries that you've heard of are coincidental, it's just going to be business, and I'm going to leave it alone. But I think you and I know that. I think you and I know. And she's going to give him that very understanding look, like, there's a reason I came into town.
Right? Yeah. And he says, "I'm afraid I don't have a lot to offer you and your friends. I can dig up something, but uh,
I'm I'm not speaking for them, but they're here for me. So if and I'm gonna kind of look over my shoulder. If I say that we don't want anything for this, I want you to accept that. And I'm just gonna I'm looking over my shoulder like to get confirmation from the group behind me, just kind of, and if somebody does have an issue, we'll deal with it. But this is bigger than what it seems, and it's why we're here to begin with. So we're not about to charge or ask for anything from somebody who wants us to do what we're here to do anyway.
right, I understand." And like at that point, Lily comes bursting through the kitchen doors, and she's got like trays on each arm. She's got coffee, she's got tea, she's got water. She's scrounged up some like biscuits. And she comes running over, and she's got sweat dripping down her face. Oh, oh,
Beth,
you're still here. Oh, that's so wonderful. Let me get you some coffee. Coggin, and Coggin looks over at her and gives her like a very confident look, like not a smile, but like a thumbs up with his face, which is a great turn of phrase, I think.
yeah, I just see like the little nose go twitch,
Yeah,
like turn up.
and she comes running over with the trays, starts setting stuff down, and she looks so so happy, and she looks at you, Elizabeth. She's like, I just knew you were raised right. Daggerford, born and raised, and it shows. God, your hair is so pretty. I'm just, and she just looks nervous.
I'm gonna take her hands, in mine, and not gently. I'm gonna put some pressure there, like some comforting, like solid. I am here, and I'm gonna do what needs to get done, kind of thing, and just try to, get her to, if I'm, to,
Yeah, and she just like looks into your
just
eyes.
holding your hands, a few deep breaths.
Yeah, and she does calm down a little bit, which isn't much for her, but you do have some measure of effect on her.
Yeah.
And yeah, she just looks at you. She said, thank you so much for whatever you're able to do. Just don't put yourself in any sort of danger for us. All right, you understand? I wouldn't be able to live
I
with
won't
myself.
put myself in any more danger than I would have gotten in to begin with.
She
And
said,
she's gonna give that knowing smile.
yeah, and she smiles back at you. She said, "Oh, if you and I were even remotely close to the same age, we could have gotten ourselves into a bunch of trouble." She kind of looks at you and just has this big, huge smile on her face.
All right. Is
Yeah.
there anything else while I'm here and it's quiet?
I don't believe so. I mean,
I'm gonna look to Coggin for confirmation.
yeah, and he just kind of looks at you and gives you a smile and like a very polite shrug, like doesn't think so.
All right. Then we will let the lady have her coffee. I will enjoy my water, and then
Would you like to buy some wine?
and he's gonna try and sell you.
And yeah, and she turns.
This is Lord Reginald Ramsbottom from where are my manners? Daggerford, born and raised. You should have yelled at me soon. Again, trying to lighten the mood. He owns a winery and
Vineyard.
there we go. I'll get it right eventually, Reginald. I swear. You do your thing. I'm bad at it.
Okay. And yeah, so Coggin kind of turns to you, and Reginald and Lily kind of turn shortly after. And Coggin is just standing there staring at you. And Lily kind of comes over and like pokes him in the ribs. She looks at you, Reginald. She says, "Oh, my lord, I'm so sorry. My husband, forgive his manners. You know, Daggerford, born and raised. So you say you sell wine?
Yes, well, trying to bring the, what we make up to the north here, and it's going to be a new branch of the business, but I reach into my bag and pull out a bottle and say, "This is what we make down in the south."
Oh well, that's quite a fancy label you have there. Yeah, I mean, we do meddle in some wines. I mean,
It was great with cheese, and this is actually halfling made.
oh, you don't say. Um, well, I would love to. And she's like looking at Coggin, and Coggin's just standing there, kind of dumbfounded. I mean, you, I would love to do business with you, my lord, but unfortunately, right now, as you may understand, our funds are a little short. Maybe if we could, solve some of our financial troubles, I'd be willing to have a conversation with you. I hope you understand.
Of course, and yeah, perhaps if things get better here in the city, I'll come back with we can work out an arrangement.
Oh, right, please do. Of course, I'd be more than happy to try to do business with you, sir. I mean no offense, please.
Quite all right.
He's really hard to offend. It's fantastic, really. He'd have killed me by now.
Yeah, and they both kind of look.
I
at you
like
and
halflings.
smile. And I think otherwise, like unless you say something, they will kind of take their leave of you.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's next? What's the plan?
Beth's gonna do what she said. She's gonna sit. She's gonna sip the water, and she's gonna think. She needs a few minutes now that they're in town, and a few things have come together. So she's gonna be thinking way too hard for this early in the morning, especially over a glass of water.
It's not looking good, Beth.
I'm sorry, you broke up.
This isn't looking good, Beth.
I realize that.
They don't seem to be doing anything bad, though.
They weren't doing anything in Waterdeep except
They were holding.
yeah, which means my brother's working for them. Like they've already got somebody. They're just not using the same tactic.
Made any chance, though. It also seems like it's been going on for months.
He's been here a while, but
Exactly. So maybe this isn't related?
What if, Celinda, you can look like other people, right?
Sure.
What if you went in there as Kella? I mean, if some of us were already in there and we could gauge his reaction, we could be sure if he's if they are in fact Zents here by his reaction. Or any of the other people in there.
But I wouldn't want to be there for that, because that might be too obvious.
I would definitely be willing to give it a try.
I personally want to go to the keep to see if I can
Let's go to the...
see Lady Daggerford myself.
If Lady Daggerford... It just seems strange that Lady Daggerford stops talking to people and taking visitors, and this dude shows up.
Exactly, which is why, I mean, I'm worried that this Daniker has everybody fooled. Because, I mean, you remember me early on. Everybody was fine. Everything was good. I mean, now you see why. Like, I was so unwilling to think bad of people. It just doesn't happen here.
It is a nice little town.
Think I can get Asher to move out here?
Maybe if he wasn't on the magistrate's office. I don't know how he would feel about quitting his job.
You've got government here.
But I mean,
Ish.
if he loves you...
We're getting off topic. I'm gonna go to the keep. If you guys want to see what you can find out from the tavern, go.
Well, I can come with you to the keep. As a noble, I might be able to apply a little more pressure on getting access
I
or an
really
audience.
don't think that's gonna play here. I mean, I know you're both so very used to it in the big cities, but that's just not how it works here usually. I mean, the lady herself.
I mean, technically,
used to man
that's
the wall.
supposed to have be how it works because I actually have a nobility ability.
The noble thing is it gets you an audience with the local
It literally gets you an audience with nobles.
I understand that. Beth does not.
Yeah.
I've played a noble before.
She'll probably agree to see one of us. But I can't look like Kella.
I
And
can't.
Beth just loses it, like one of those stress laughs.
As much as I hate Kella.
Picturing like Kella with like the facial hair of Reginald.
I can do that.
Sorry, that's okay. Okay.
You know what's even funnier, Beth?
I probably shouldn't go alone. What?
You know what's even funnier, Beth?
What?
I could do Reginald in this dress.
I'd rather not. So yeah, I probably shouldn't go alone because last time somebody went alone, they tried to take or convince to go with. Looking at Valem.
Well, you go with Reginald. I'll go mess with.
And maybe Slater can make sure the trail mix in my bag stays safe.
I feel like Slater should go check on. He can go invisible. Get into the.
That's what I was figuring. If we hit trouble, he could quickly get out to you guys.
Well, he could scout around the keep as well.
Hoping. I'm not planning on breaking in.
Can't get in normally. Slater probably can.
I've got Slater looking around for Andros currently.
Okay, so strike that. All right, so Reggie and I will hit the keep. You guys go to the tavern, I guess, and just be aware that Kayvon is going to be Kayvon. So try to be a little subtle.
So.
Oh my! And if he knows Kella, frickin' smack him. If he approaches you and acts familiar, throttle that. No, I shouldn't
If he
say
knows Kella, I'm going to kick his ass.
If he knows Kella, he probably has no idea who Kella is.
Yeah, but it's
No,
also
I
going to
barely
confirm everything. Okay. No, this is a good idea. I'm okay with this now. I'm good with this because that'll help. I didn't think about that. Ah, Slinda. I never thought I'd like magic. Hug.
All right. So what are you guys doing? Elizabeth and Reginald are going to.
We're splitting the party.
Yeah, you're going
Your
to the.
favorite thing.
It's a smaller city this time.
Elizabeth and Reginald are going to the Ducal Keep.
Yep.
Hmm.
Selenda is going to the River Shining Tavern, I assume.
Yeah. Is anybody coming with me, or am I just going on my own?
Well, I thought some of us were going to set up a presence there just to see what the reaction is when you walk in as Kella. So,
You guys
isn't
go
that-
ahead, and then I just hang
Yeah.
back.
All right. So Valem, Alton, and Bellion are going to the River Shining Tavern. True.
Yep.
Yes.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
So the three of you are heading into the River Shining Tavern. Are you assuming? Are you trying to be stealthy? Are you just walking straight in the door? Are you sitting together separately?
I think the three of us are just walking in more or less as customers.
Kind of stand out.
I would want to sit at a table, I guess, against the wall where we can kind of see everything to the left and the right.
So like a corner table kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. And you're all sitting together.
Yeah.
yeah. We can go in there together.
Absolutely. We're a
All
bunch
right.
of friends having a drink and taking a load off.
Okay. So you go into the table and you go into the River Shining and find a table. And so you're Selenda, your goal here is to make yourself look like Kella.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna stay behind in the hard cheese tavern, the cow, happy cow,
Mm-hmm.
for a while, and just let them settle in at the thing, and then maybe see if they can let me out the back door.
The hard cheeses.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean you're friends with Elizabeth. They've yeah.
like it looks like from this map, it looks like there's like a very narrow alley between two buildings out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is there a door that leads out there? I'll go out
Yeah,
that way,
yeah, there would be a door there, sure.
and then like change in the like little narrow alleyway.
Okay. I'm wondering if I should have you roll for something to see how good you look as her.
I mean, it's alt herself. It's
I know, but the issue is you have to remember exactly what she looks like to do it, and you haven't.
You think Selenda does not know what this bitch looks like? She's like her mortal enemy.
All right. So you transform into Kella and you begin to head over to the River Shining Tavern.
To the Shining or whatever it's called.
The River Shining Tavern.
The Shining. Yeah.
All right. So you go to walk in. What do you do?
She just pushes the door open slowly and just kind of looks around at everybody. Maybe narrows her eyes at the party.
Okay.
Like she recognizes them and she's not happy.
Okay.
And then walk over to the bar.
Okay. Belly and Alton and Valem give me perception checks. Also, Selenda, give me I'm thinking deception check.
Can I just give someone advantage and help them and aid them instead?
They kind of already made their rolls, so
I missed out now.
okay.
My passive is an 18 also, so it's
Okay.
technically an 18.
Okay, so Alton, you definitely notice not and Nelkin is at the corner table. I should have described that before. I apologize. It's pretty much his table. It's where he does his work. Kayvon is not there with him. But he's sitting there. He's got some books in front of him. He doesn't appear to be doing much work, but his work is in front of him. As quote unquote Kella walks into the River Shining Tavern, he doesn't react at all. A couple of the other patrons do, however. There's some shifting between them. Again, this is quite practiced. It's not obvious that they're doing it. Like, the only reason you see it is because you're looking for it. But a number of the customers seem a little shifty. Like they're exchanging glances with one another, but none of them are looking at Nelkin. But Nelkin does not appear. He doesn't appear phased by this. Selenda, what do you do?
I guess she just sits down at the bar and just kind of surveys the room.
Okay. Yeah, no one comes up to you. You just sit at the bar, and the other three of you are just sitting at your table in the corner.
Well, isn't this place? And
You say that out loud.
yeah,
Yeah. Again, it's just more of the same. Nelkin doesn't respond, but some of the other customers there seem real shifty.
all right. She'll walk over to the rest of the party,
Okay.
and she'll just kind of lean on the table, and she'll just start like a whisper conversation, like. But she's gonna try and act like she's pissed off, like, what the fuck are these guys doing here?
So you're going to be whisper berating them?
Kind of, yeah. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing here? But really, she's saying, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, guys. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? I don't know how Kella acts. All I know is she's a bitch.
Kind of gritting my teeth and like squinty-eyed, white knuckling fists and stuff like that. Again, just kind of the same demeanor that she's talking to us. I kind of whisper back to her. Maybe just approach someone. Maybe just make up a topic that you think she might be talking about.
Probably not talk to us.
Yeah.
Fine. And she, like, throws her hands up in the air. I guess she'll go sit with the halfling, because, I mean, he's the real one that we need to talk to here, I guess.
Well, as she gets ready to walk away, I want to like jump out of my seat, like push my chair back so it almost hits the floor, like almost in anger. And again, I want to kind of like scan around and see what anyone does.
Okay, well, I'm going to need a performance check from you then.
Sure. Terrible at this.
If someone wants to, well, okay.
Hey!
18's pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. Yeah, so again, there's more rattling from the customers in the bar. They do see this. They do see your little outburst. Nelkin still seems unfazed.
All right. She'll sit down with Nelkin, or not Nelkin. Denneker?
Yeah,
Is
that's
his
it.
name Nelkin Denneker?
Yes.
Okay. And Celinda knows his name, right? They doing here?
And he's still like looking at the books, and his eyes just sort of drift up to meet yours. And there's a long pause as he's just sort of like looking into your eyes. Can I help you with something?
What do you mean? Don't play games with me.
He laughs. It's not me here that's playing games now, is it?
What do you mean?
He just shakes his head. It's an impressive trick. I'll give you that. But this isn't going to fly. I'm going to ask you to leave. And he kind of like subtly, like not subtly, but like very slowly turns his head to look at Belly and Alton and Valem. If you wanted to talk, I am amicable. But this, and without looking, he points at Selenda wearing Kella's face. This is not how I do business. If you'd like to leave and come back, try again, that's a possibility.
We just wanted to know. For sure.
He's like, he kind of leans over and his head like swivels back to look at you, Celinda / Kella. Look, I'm just trying to run a business here. I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. If you
Mm-hmm.
don't mind, I have work to get back to.
Well, there's only one way you could see through this. And that's if you know Kella.
Just sighs a little. Are we done here?
Perhaps. She just stands up and she like motions to the rest of the party. Like, come on, let's go.
Yeah, and like, are you all going to leave?
I think I want to see how this goes. I'm gonna stay behind. See if anybody follows the other three.
Yeah, nobody follows them out.
All right.
I am going to quickly cast Sending
Hmm.
and let Elizabeth know that yes, we have confirmed Zentarum, but that's about it. And then I'm actually going to walk back in and politely ask Nelkin, "May I speak?" Fair enough. Can I talk to you, please?
And he, again, his face like immediately went back to the books, and he kind of like looks up. Maybe give it some time. I'm gonna need a moment to process, and considering how you walked in here the first time, I think we could do with a redo. Don't you agree?
Most likely, but I'll be honest, not my idea, so I figured I'd try polite. But come back in, say, 20 minutes?
Let's say 2 hours.
Fantastic.
All right, so you guys are going to leave. Then we cut back to Elizabeth and Reginald outside of the ducal keep. Um, and you're walking through the city, and you're seeing members, citizens of Daggerford in their militia gear, doing patrols as they always do. There's more people at the ducal keep, some of which are just training, or they're like just getting off shifts or what have you. It feels vaguely militaristic, but in the way that like a small rural town might feel. Um, yeah, what do you want to go?
I'm assuming this black dash thing here is like the front gate, or is that up
That's a hill.
here?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a hill.
That's
Okay.
elevation.
Those generally mean
Gotcha.
elevation.
All right, so yeah, I'll go up to the main gate, I assume.
Mhm.
Since I can't go straight to the door.
Right. And there's a couple guards that stand outside of the gate, and they nod at you and say nothing.
Morning.
Ah, good morning. Something I can do for you?
I was hoping to see Lady Daggerford.
Sure, of course. Citizen at Daggerford, go right in, of course. They sort of just open the doors to let you in, but this is at the front gate, just to be clear.
Yep.
This is out here.
Thank you.
Hmm.
And she's gonna walk up, and once they get with that outside of reasonable earshot, look at Reginald. That was too easy. Was that too easy, or am I being paranoid?
Seemed a little easy,
Okay.
but maybe we'll find out at the door.
Right. One layer. Second layer. At the front door, is there a bell? Is there like a knocker? Like, what am I looking at here?
Yeah, there's a heavy knocker on the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna just kind of reach up and knock.
Okay. A couple moments pass, and then you start to hear like a footsteps on the other side of the door, and the door opens rather abruptly. There's a man standing in front of you, bald, completely bald. Whispers of a mustache on his face, probably in his mid to late 60s. Dressed relatively formally, not like a suit and tie. Looks like a servant type. He opens the door, nods at the both of you. Good morning. How may I
Good,
be of assistance to you?
good morning, sir. I was here to see Lady Daggerford. I'm I'm Elizabeth Volkov.
Uh, and you, sir, your name so that I may announce you.
Lord Reginald Ramsbottom of Baldur's Gate.
Ah, excellent. Just a moment, please. And he slams the door in your face. And you hear the footsteps walking away, and you're expected to just stand there. And 2 minutes passes, 3 minutes. You start to hear through the door very subtle, very quick footsteps heading to the front door. Door opens again very abruptly. Same man standing there. Unfortunately, Lady Daggerford is not feeling well this morning. Unfortunately, she isn't taking audiences at present. I have left her with your names, and she will contact you and with an invitation, a more formal affair, if that's acceptable to you.
Oh, well, if she's not feeling well, I have a friend who's a cleric of Amateur. Gosh, I can't say it.
That's okay. Yeah, you can say
Yeah,
Lathander.
of
That's fine.
Lathander. Yeah, I have a friend. He's a cleric of Lathander. I'm sure he'd be happy to help her.
Oh, that won't be necessary. Of course, the temple that you walk past is a temple of Lathander. The priest does do healing for the lady when she requires, but unfortunately, this is And he looks at you, Elizabeth, rather knowingly, as if he expects you to know what he means. These are rather feminine troubles she's dealing with.
Oh, okay. I have something for that actually. We have a friend who was at the Spires, and he had some amazing herb mixes. They did wonders for me. I can bring them up to her.
No. That, again, she just needs time, please. I'm very uncomfortable talking about this, and she might be rather terse with me about saying these things. Please, these things.
Time might not be something we have very much of here, and I have traveled quite a long way and was
I'm very sorry, sir,
hoping
but
to see Lady Daggerford.
well, hope is as close as you'll get today. I'm very sorry. Please, uh, all this noise will be upsetting to her. May I please escort you out?
Sir, this situation is rather
Quite
dire,
unheard
actually.
of.
It's unheard of for someone to be feeling ill and not taking audiences. Please, sir.
For someone to reject a noble of my stature when I come to visit them from 3,000 miles away.
Sir, unfortunately, Lady Daggerford is unfamiliar with your name, as am I, for that matter. I do apologize. Again, in matters such as these, a delayed audience is normally acceptable in noble society, sir.
Except we don't have time to delay. And I don't know. I mean, would Beth's name hold any weight with that folk hero background?
She would know you. I'm just telling you, she's not taking an audience. You're not getting in this house.
So, we'll be back in 2-3 days' time?
If you insist. We could
I
simply
do.
offer you, invitations when she's feeling better.
Well, if it's feminine troubles, as you say, 2 or 3 days should be fine. I'm rather familiar with such aches.
Of course. And he sort of gestures for you, to, to see if he can close the door and you can find your way out of the ducal keep.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't catch your name.
My name is Ruin. I probably mispronounced that. Wait, did I? It's not Ruin like Ruin. Oh.
Yeah.
Ruin sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Am I familiar with him at all?
Probably. I mean, he's been a servant here for some time. Many decades,
Okay.
in fact.
How long has Lady Daggerford been? running the city or the.
I don't exactly remember the lore. I believe it's more than a few years. I think she took over for one of her siblings, her brother perhaps. But it's been several years.
Ruin, I hate to take up more of your time, but I am getting concerned as a citizen of Daggerford about her because we did talk to Constable Corbin first before making this approach, and he said she's been ill and not seeing visitors for some time.
We sent Corbin that message in case anyone would want to come visit her. That's part of Corbin's job.
Right, but if it's been some time, maybe this is more than just what it seems.
I sent that message to Corbin yesterday. I don't know why he said that.
Can I insight check that?
Sure. Seems to be telling the truth.
All right. Thank you for your time and your patience. And she'll step away.
And he gives both of you a polite nod as he begins to close the door behind you.
As soon as the door closes, she throws a small hissy fit. She kicks the dirt. She I'm better reacting. I'm not good at this game.
You did all right. But there's more here than just.
I know. And as we walk away, like between that door and the gate, there are scents in the tavern. It's been confirmed.
Well, that's troubling news.
And I don't know
good to know.
I don't know what to do. I mean, they're not hurting anybody, but we know they have hurt people. I don't know what to do.
Well, I mean, I know you're concerned about your family, but if Aldo wasn't lying when he said all he wanted was for us to stay out of it, but obviously he went about it stupidly by harming Valem's family, so of course we weren't going to stay out of it. But if that's still what they want, and he's not harming your family...
But they are harming people. I mean, this money lending, what is it? I know there's a term for it. I heard it in your city. Lending money to people just to hurt them. More than they can afford. That's what he's doing, right?
Possibly.
I can't just let that go. This is still my home. Like, we're all family here, blood or not. Like, it's not like the big cities. I told you, by the way, with the door, just had to, sorry.
People are always going to prey on stupidity and ignorance and gullibility. And
those of us...
It is a noble thing to fight against, but there are more pressing things that our skills could be put to use doing.
More
just something to consider.
Pressing things than trying to keep a town from being taken over by criminals? I mean, I know the giants, and I know that's what you're getting at, but I mean, this chaos just helps them.
So let's end the chaos, and then end them. Just something to think about. I'm not going to try and force you to change your mind, but
you know what? No,
your family does not seem to be in danger right now. They're not being harmed. They may be getting swindled. Some people may be getting the short end of the stick, but you can't save everybody from that fate.
Yeah. I'm gonna go talk to that Daniker guy. Just me.
All right.
Um,
I'll meet up with the rest of the group. Let them
yeah.
know.
Yeah, and she's gonna put a hand on your arm and thank you for coming with me. All the same,
You're welcome.
and she's actually gonna set off at a jog.
Okay. So you're heading straight to Daniker, huh?
Yep.
All right. Where is everyone else? Did you all left?
I assume maybe we hopefully said meet back up at the hard cheese place.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We'd probably just go back to the hard cheeses because they kind of nice.
Otherwise, we'd go back to Beth's place, but that's far outside of town. So
Right. Okay. So save for Elizabeth, all of you meet back up at the Happy Cow. So I think Selenda and Belly and Alton and Valem are already there, Reginald, when you arrive. I definitely think that Lily she's still doting on you, but she seems bothered that you left and almost immediately came right back. She's not asking you any questions. She just wants to leave you to your own devices to figure this out. But yeah, she doesn't say anything. Do you guys have any conversation there?
Lily, did Beth tell us that they were in debt?
Who
What?
The hard cheeses?
Were the hard cheeses in debt?
No, they were fellow money lenders, but they're getting pushed out of the business by people doing dirtier deeds. They're not in debt, they're just on hard times because they're not making money with the money lending.
Yeah, that's basically it.
So they're basically debt.
Because they're what?
So they're basically debty.
Eh. Okay, do you guys at the Happy Cow, is there any conversations you need to have?
yeah, I'll tell everybody about what happened at the Dutchie's place, Lady Daggerford's.
Okay.
So they don't let anyone see her at all?
No.
That's bullshit.
I would like
Yeah,
to
he had a
mention
list of
that-
excuses that I'm sure.
Or does she just know who she says she is?
That's possible. What if she's Ambrose in disguise or Andros in disguise?
Like I said, if they're not here, they're not using their own faces.
I think we need to change how we do things. We keep trying to impersonate people we don't know enough about to impersonate. It's a bad idea.
Yeah, this was a horrible idea. Especially since they know where each other are usually, you know. They do
Yes,
talk to
but-
each other.
We were told that they were here, though.
Yes.
I was told by Aldo that this was their most likely meetup point. That's it.
Plus,
it's-
again,
It is
The first
possible
thing
that
you-
they were here and they're just not here anymore.
it's very possible. And the first thing that you did when you came in was try to talk to us. I don't think that was a good idea.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he knew from the start that it was not Kella. The only way he could have known that I wasn't actually Kella is if he knew Kella.
Or they knew where she was. And
Exactly.
it's not here.
Either way, it's as good as him saying, "Oh, hello, killer."
So, out of curiosity, is anyone interested in, I don't know, dispelling a little magic on a woman? Can always find out if Mordor is actually who she says she is.
I don't believe this story of her being on her period. I'm sorry.
I thought she's supposed to be
No
a
self-respecting
soldier.
woman. No self-respecting woman would not go to work just because she's on her period. I'm sorry.
As I mentioned, I thought she was supposed to be some sort of soldier. Doesn't sound like a very interesting soldier to me.
If
No.
Celinda can push through it, so can this chick.
Exactly. Selena is a whiny fucking bitch. If she can walk 20 miles in fucking day while she's on the rag, then this bitch can take visitors.
Willem,
Anyway,
She's like, no, I don't believe it.
hey, Willem, you want to see what she really looks like?
Well, just to
I
be
can
able
get
to
us
see.
in. I can get us out too.
You don't even know she's in there. Like, not seeing visitors could mean there's nobody.
That is another reason we want to look.
It's sketch. Either way.
I can get you in if you want to do it.
I mean-
see if that you can dispel some sort of.
I don't have the spell
shape-changing,
magic. I don't have.
ability.
I don't have it
Have
today.
done it before.
I think
Well,
breaking into a keep is probably going to end really badly.
Probably.
I
We
think
need-
we should. I think
have
we
to-
should have. Go ahead, Billion.
Like I said, but a plan that we can get away with is still okay.
I think.
Getting away and not being noticed are two different things. I understand what you're saying. You can get us in, you can get us out, but that doesn't mean they're not going to see us. Once they see us, whether we're in there or not, they're going to know who we are, and they're going to
I
come
think-
after us.
Doesn't
We
mean they'll
should
see
have
us
the
both.
invisible imp go in.
The imp
The
is
imp
currently
can-
scouting town to see if he can find them here.
And the last time we sent an invisible imp somewhere
He
alone.
died.
Yeah.
I was thinking more to have the imp looking through some windows and figure out which way we should go if we needed to get in. We can get in. And only one of us would have to be seen, unless we're the right.
I mean, I can go invisible.
That is what I was thinking. But not you. Vela.
Why not me? You bird.
You would not
Well,
be as
if we're
helpful.
looking for people in general, if we're looking for Andros, if we're looking for Kella, I do have a means of locating people. So if we have an idea, if one of them is posing as Lady Daggerford, if one of them is posing as Daniker, I will still be able to identify if that's who we're looking for. I won't be able to do it today, though.
They could also shield their presence as well. I know how to do that myself. That is a problem. Didn't, in fact, I believe
Well-
someone had an actual item that we've run across before that was meant to stop exactly that. They might be equipped similarly.
Well, it's a start. I think again, we just need to be smart about it.
I agree.
If they're not
Yes.
doing anything illegal, if the constable's not doing anything about it, I get what she's saying. Where okay, they're collecting money and they're hurting them if they don't pay it back. But you know, in the big city, that happens. That's how banks work. They
I was
loan
going
money.
to
They
ask,
expect
yeah.
you to get it back.
Is that actually
How many
illegal?
others?
If it's
Probably
illegal,
not.
I mean, the constable would do something or say something, ask for assistance.
I'm more worried about Morwyn and
I
what's
agree.
going on with her.
I want to.
This is not good. There's
Look at
something
her.
wrong there.
But we only have one person who can definitively, if we brought them in presence to make sure that she is who she says she is. Otherwise, it's a crapshoot. But if you don't want to go in Valem, then I won't worry about it.
I just think that's a bad idea. Breaking and
The only
entering
one-
is illegal. I mean, they wouldn't
It
even have to
is.
go after us. They could immediately go to the constable and say, "Hey, they broke into Lady Daggerford's keep."
I
Now where
agree.
we
That's
at?
why I made a suggestion, not an actual plan.
Yeah.
But what if
Because we
Lady
could figure out who she
Daggerford?
is.
What if Lady Daggerford is being held inside her keep by somebody that is impersonating her?
I was thinking something like that.
Well, held inside the keep makes sense if she's not taking visitors. You don't impersonate somebody and then hide away.
Yeah,
They'd be on the
true.
wall talking.
But
so.
but also you have to consider that if they're using something like Ultra Self, then it only lasts
They
for an
could be as
hour.
bad as Celinda.
Well, not only that, she just gives Reginald this like venomous look, like how dare you? But not only that, but Ultra Self only has so long that it works.
And she doesn't like going out in public or being seen for the long periods of time anymore.
Exactly. So
I'm
it
not
could be
saying
just
something's
somebody
not
using
wrong.
spells.
But I'm not saying either of you are wrong. I'm saying there are so many possibilities that we need to narrow things down a little bit, and we do. I have to find Andros. That's kind of my goal here. If
But
he's
what
here,
if this is Andrew?
fantastic. Then my plans will change. Until I have confirmation, I think we have to back off a little bit because all we're going to do is make them paranoid and angry.
This is how we got our families in danger to begin with.
It is.
At least according to Aldo.
Aldo's kind of an idiot.
At least back then we were doing it unintentionally. Now if we're going to do it with intent, then we're basically asking for it.
Well, if that is Andros in there, then Alton is kind of going to have to go in there. I've seen what his patron does to him when he doesn't do what he's told.
Could always go in as a fly. What do you say? That is not
I don't want to be a
Sidious.
fly.
I think at some point we need to find out who that actually is.
We do, at some point. We very much do.
I know a way to do so, but again, we think it's a bad idea. Last resort. How about that? We call it the last resort.
Well,
I'm
I can
good
only
with
go
that.
invisible today, so.
I can cover
He can
invisibility.
cover that, yes. And I can cover getting us in and out. Well, at least the one we need to get in and out.
I mean,
But-
I can get in and out as well. I have Dimension Door too.
Let's just wait. I forgot his name already. Nelkin said come back in 2 hours. Nope, that's later. Nelkin said I can come back in 2 hours, have a chat with him, considering we botched the initial
Well,
bit.
What is
actually,
I'm trying to be
chatting
fairly
with him
honest.
right now.
So, yeah, I was
actually.
actually
Where's
going to say,
Elizabeth?
speaking of Nelkin, so
What?
Elizabeth, you walk through the doors of the River Shining Tavern.
Stop dead. I look right at Nelkin.
Yeah.
I walk out. I pace in front of the door for about 5 minutes, and then I walk back in.
Okay. And the first time you kind of walked in, he looked up at you, gave you a little smile, you know, and then you left and come back, and he looks at you again, raises an eyebrow, gives you another smile and a little nod.
And she's gonna give this weak, kind of tired smile, and walk over. May I sit?
Kind of gestures. Of course.
And she'll sit down. Can I be frank and just get it out there?
Please.
I'm not good at games. I'm not good at any of this. I don't want to be involved in this, and I don't want my family involved. Is what you have him doing legit? It's just paperwork. It's just numbers. It's just...
He very slowly looks at you, and a small grin crosses his face. Stares at you, looking deep into your eyes.
Her jaw just kind of clenches. And her hands are just fidgeting nervously.
He says, "Yeah, I tire of these games as well. We should talk." And that's where we'll pick up next week.
Bum bum ba dum.
Next week we may be late.